know what I'm going to do, so we don't have to worry about whether I'm attached. I'm going to keep the tether on my waist and just undo the waist tether and leave that on the slider.
Okay. You may want to put it around. Good. You're going to put it around the handrail so it won't move.
I am indeed. Careful not to touch the monkey fur. Okay, that's secured. Now let me jump back up on the arm. I want to make sure that my tether is not tangled here.
Oh, you've got it. Okay, that one. Okay.
And we're ready to...
Okay, Claude, you can take us to Brady. Okay. Base 7, of course. Okay, base 7. Jeff, what tether did you leave there with the slider?
My left waist tether.
Okay, thanks.
Now, Story, would you like me to secure the Sadie back here?
Yes, sir. When you're ready.
Okay. Stand by. Let me get you a tether for it.
Houston, Endeavour, we're heading up to Bay 7.
Roger that, Tom.
Okay, can you hand it back to me? I have it on a tether. I'm giving you back your retractable.
Wonderful. Good. Or do you want your stanchion directly behind you there, or you want it more over like 135 left, maybe? Yeah, I think that's better. Jeff, you can put it 135 left.
Okay. Depends which way you started from. Am I gonna?
We were talking about 180.
Hoffman now moving up towards the area for the solar array drive electronics. And again, here in Mission Control is Mario Runco for the duration of this evening's spacewalk. And Mario, you were saying that fatigue is not really a factor for Story and Jeff for their third spacewalk.
Sadie down a little bit?
Yeah. Okay. Right now it's just on a single tether.
Endeavour Houston, we are through commanding the PDMs for the time being. We're going to scratch our heads about that. Be advised that the latches are open. And we're going to do the commanding for Sadie. We'll let you know when you go for the change out.
Okay, thanks, Greg.
And James, for the long delay, I was waiting for Capcom to get that call up to the crew about the PDM deploy there, and you were asking me about the fatigue that these guys might be feeling. And I was mentioning earlier that I was drawing the analogy to the game 7 game series that we have in sports, and they're up for the game, as it were, but the suit, and when you operate in the suit has pressure points, and it is a very stiff unit, and as you work and live in it over an extended period of time, it tends to wear you out very subtly. And over a course of 3-4 days, it can really take a lot out of you. And that is why we do a lot of training and conditioning down here on the ground to compensate for the fatigue that might come into play.
Hey. I see you did those J-bolts already.
Yeah, all we got's the 2 on the hinge there.
Okay. Am I right, Claude? No close to the telescope, to my right. Back. We're back away from the telescope, Claude.
That's a lot of fun, isn't it, Jeff?
We're down a foot here. Down a foot.
Sort of a different experience, isn't it?
Yep.
Stop. Great, Claude.
Okay, stop.
Endeavour Houston, DEP Alpha, please. And Endeavour
Roger,
Houston.
DEP Alpha.
Sorry, Covey, I stepped on you. That's a good read back. And Sadie is powered off and waiting for you.
Okay, copy, Greg. You copy Historian, Jeff?
I copy.
My power tool is dead.
That call to the crew indicating that the solar array drive electronics, or SADE, SADE, as they're called by flight controllers, are powered off now. The electricity turned off to it in preparation for the crew to replace the unit.
We could be configuring yours with the Werner 516.
I'm letting the 80 inches tethers ready first, still.
Okay, good. Stop, please, Claude.
Stop.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Holding it.
Endeavour's moving towards sunset, about 5 minutes away from moving into the night side of Earth.
80 inches of tether is really something out here.
Okay, and no more than 100 degrees on the opening, right, guys?
Right.
You got that tether, Jeff?
Let me get the one for you. There it is. Confirm when you've got it.
I have it. I'm tethered here.
Let me loosen the other end.
Okay.
Okay, the other end is free.
Okay.
I'll finish unwrapping my tether and then go to the door.
Down, please, Claude.
Okay, down. Are the holes only in the bottom here, too, Store?
Now there's holes everywhere.
I mean, tether holes. tether at the top. It was a gap, not a hole.
Okay, I haven't looked up there yet.
Okay.
Okay, what's the telescope?
I'm holding on.
What telescope?
You, Story.
Okay, I'll steady the door, Jeff.
Okay.
I have the door.
Let me go put this on the telescope first.
I have the door. Stop, please, Claude.
Stop.
The power tool came out of the bayonet fitting. The bayonet fitting slid open. I got it.
Hey, Store.
Yes?
What do you think about you putting your tether on to hold the door from not going open any farther before Jeff puts his on?
Okay. I'll stand by here.
But I had a firm grip. You see this?
Yeah, but understand.
Okay. Now 80 degrees, we're aiming at?
I just no more than 100, so
Okay.
80, 90.
I'll aim on 90 then.
Okay.
I'm hooked up, but I'm not going to tighten until you're tightened, Story. I can hold the door so you can use two hands on the tether.
Let's go a touch more. I think the 90. How's that? Hold her right there, please.
Okay.
You got her?
I have it. Okay, and see if you can tether off the loose end.
I won't worry about that. It won't hurt me, Jeff.
Well,
I won't worry about that, Jeff.
I'll do it for you, don't worry.
I need the tether on the outside of the door.
Is that a problem, Story?
No?
Okay. I think, how does that feel? If you want, I can bring it further on.
Would you tighten yours up a little more?
Okay, I'm going to have to come in from a higher angle, so stand by.
No, that's all right, Jeff. I'll just tighten mine up.
Well, I'm not getting a very...
Yeah, let me tighten mine up. That'll be fine.
Sorry, the angle I have won't support much force. Let me go out further.
No, I'm all set. I'm all set.
Does it feel good?
Yep.
Okay. It feels good? We'll go with it.
We can go up, please, Claude.
Okay, I'm starting.
Going back to the NFR. I'll probably grab you on the way. There you go. Nice and slow. Don't spin me around. Take my other hand straight. Okay.
Okay, mini power tool, right angle, and a 3.8 rigid. Sadie, we're taking off. Time is 094.
Roger that. That's the top one, right?
Yes, sir. Okay, now you're going to want this,
The right angle, a mini power tool, and a 3.8 already on it. Now we'll get the one that's later.
okay, the mini power tool.
Yeah. Just put a good
Tether on it.
and here comes the lights. We need the lights here. Yeah, just
Endeavour now in night.
I'll be
Here go my lights and my cooling.
The 35-minute long nighttime beginning for the spacecraft.
And with the nighttime, James, you heard Jeff talk about adjusting his cooling again, turning his cooling unit on his suit down all the way, essentially not having any cooling so that he stays warm through the night pass, and likewise Story is probably doing the same. And earlier, James, we had a close-up of Story's hands, and you had asked me earlier about fatigue, and that was the first time I'd seen Story's hands without a hand gripper. in his hands. So, you know, the little exercise hand grippers that folks use. For the past year and a half, every time I've seen him, he's had that hand gripper exercising his hands and his wrist muscles in his hand, and that was the first time he didn't have it.
Want me to straighten you up also? No, this will be fine for now, Claude. Okay, to the telescope, sir. That's good, thank you. Okay, stop.
And Jeff, you got an eye on Story's backpack there, right?
And Mario, I
I do not
know that NASA over the past
my backpack is clear.
Okay.
year has done several test objective spacewalks under a detailed test objective to help the astronauts and trainers gain experience in spacewalking, as well as to test out and refine our training techniques. I think everyone knows that this is an experienced spacewalking crew. They've all spacewalked before this flight.
You had a good idea. You want to bring me up, right?
What specifically do you bring back with you from your first spacewalk that you know will be of assistance when you find yourself about to do another one?
Setting of one.
Well, I think the most pertinent thing that you bring back is just how just how to operate in space. And when you get into the weightless environmental training facility, our training swimming pool, if you will, when you train on the ground, you know what the real experience will be, and so you can make those mental compensations for what you're actually doing in the pool and make the trade-off to what you'll be doing in space. So it enhances your training having the experience.
I'll put my, okay.
No, turned the wrong way, sir.
Again, Hoffman and Musgrave are currently at the start of the solar array drive electronics task, removing the old solar array drive electronics.
It's on a caddy.
It's on the caddy. I'll give you the caddy.
Yeah, here's a hook, Jeff. You can put the caddy right on it.
Okay.
For this EVA, the two have changed places from their previous spacewalk, with Story on the arm and Hoffman free-floating. The two can be distinguished by the markings on their suits.
With respect to the door, the telescope.
Hoffman has red stripes around the legs of his suit, while Musgrave has no stripes around the legs of his suit.
Okay. Because I don't want to get tangled with the... Oh, boy. Snowy, give it back to me. I don't want to get tangled in with the stringer here. Okay, you have it again.
I have it.
Now give me your tether.
Yes, Jeff, the next thing, Story.
In this view, in the inside of the bay door, the units to be replaced are the black boxes present right in front of Musgrave where he's working.
Copy, Jeff.
I do. Okay, that's all clear. You want to give me anything else? No, you do have it. You have a cleared bayonet footing in your front.
Yeah.
You want me to hold on to the tool while you put it on?
That's good.
Okay.
Mario, as you see Hoffman free-floating here, is that a disorienting when you're trying to work to be in that type of a position without a foot restraint?
Well, James, not really. When you're focused on the task at hand, as Jeff is right now, looking and working on the electronics with Story, it's not really a problem. Your eyes tend to let your brain know how you're oriented. However, if he were to turn around and look into the blackness of space without having a view of the shuttle or the telescope, all that's presented to you is infinity, and that is not something that is immediately recognizable by the human brain based upon a terrestrial experience, and so it may or may not, depending upon who you are and what your experience is, become somewhat disorienting. Kind of like a pilot flying in weather at night. Sometimes they get vertigo and then they have to focus on their instruments, and the way you get rid of that feeling is turn around and look at the telescope or the shuttle or refocus on the work that you're doing.
You have the caddy on your mini workstation?
I need to put a retractable tether on it.
Yeah, either that or put the caddy in front of you.
Hey, Story, you have a retractable on it. Let me get the French hook off.
Also tethered near the
That'll work.
door is the replacement electronics box, the replacement SADE or solar array drive electronics.
Wait a minute, hold on to that tether.
And James, you mentioned experience earlier. The way Story and Jeff are operating together, and the way KT and Tom are operating together, as their training really shows, is they're really polished and smooth. It's almost like they know what to expect as they go through it. They know what each other is going to do, how he's going to do it. Kind of like on the basketball court, you know, when two players have been playing together for a long time, they just instinctively know what the other is going to do and where he's going to be to pass the ball off to, and that's what it appears to me that Story and Jeff are doing, and likewise with KT and Tom.
Houston Endeavour for orbiter. Do you want us to restart the water supply dump through FES?
I'll check, Covey. That's a negative, Covey.
Okay.
D7. Tom, I have the D-mate ready for Story when he needs it.
Okay.
I'm going to go take a look at how the pins, how the screws are.
Are you going to start those manual ratchet door?
I am, yes. And got your light lit from the top here, Story. Well, the tether point, like they're rotating when the tether point's back there. Is move me a little away from the door, Claude.
Say again, Story?
A little bit away from the door.
Okay, away from the door.
Good. I can help hold it on, Story, if you want me to. Just say the word. A little towards you. There you go. Hey. I think they're captive, Tom. One appears to be.
That's great, Story. How many turns did you get on?
3.
All right. Ron Sheffield did us good, didn't he?
Sure. There, I've got some light on it there, Story, to help you. mag light is not increasing the amount of light on the screw.
Want me to turn it off, Jeff?
What do you think? Does it help you at all, Story? I don't think so.
Move it away, Tom, and we'll see what that does. And put it back, please. I guess it's about a wash, Tom.
And it gets in my eye. I'd rather have it off than.
Okay. You want us to rotate the telescope around a little more so we can get more light in there?
Yeah, the problem is the screws face away from the light. I think when it comes time to do the bulb, the light may help.
Okay. Yeah, looks to us like we can get light on the bolts here.
Yeah. It looks like it's out, Story.
Yeah, but I'm trying to...
Is it captive?
Oh, it's a question. Hold it in.
Looks like it is.
Yeah, you got to be really careful how many turns.
Absolutely. And probably we should be pulling out on the connector while you do the last few turns, you know?
You got to hold it in.
You want me to hold? Is that last one in enough, or has it started out?
No, see?
It's okay.
They're both in good shape.
All right.
I held in the whole time.
Okay, P7 is out.
Good job.
All right, P8. Okay, we experimented. We know what we're doing.
Great technique.
Found out what we got.
Trying to optimize my light here for you, Story.
Sorry for the noise.
Let me up.
Try the connector. You want me to?
Okay. Probably better if you do the connectors if you can, since you're stable.
Got no trouble.
But that's the way to do it. Keep pulling on the connectors as we take the screws out, just to make sure that we don't catch the second set of threads. Very nice. Very nice.
P8.
Copy P8's out, right?
Yeah.
Right.
It's driving, the nut is not turning, the nut is holding. It looks like it's out.
But it did turn.
Copy 6.
Let's see if they'll stay there.
This is Mission Control Houston. As Musgrave and Hoffman continue with the change-out of the solar array drive electronics on the ground at the Space Telescope Operations Control Center at the Goddard Space Flight Center In Greenbelt, Maryland, controllers continue to troubleshoot the problem with the telescope's computer, or what was thought to be a problem with the computer equipment on the telescope, including the coprocessor that was installed on yesterday's spacewalk. They've been troubleshooting that throughout the evening, and currently the leading possibility that they are trying to confirm at this time is that it is perhaps a communications problem that had caused the errors they'd seen in the information they were receiving on the ground. Again, they haven't completed an analysis, and they have not confirmed that fully yet. However, that's their leading leading culprit at this point that they are looking towards. Again, the shuttle, as it moves through its various attitudes, has differing locks of communications with the tracking satellites overhead. And controllers have had a couple of orbits that Mission Control arranged to provide excellent communications with the satellites. During that time period, they dumped several computer memory dumps and saw those very clean and well received on the ground. Thus, they are checking out communications as a possible problem, which could leave the equipment on board in excellent shape, and the results could be that there had never been a problem at all with equipment on board. But again, it's not confirmed, and they're still analyzing the nature of that problem. An analysis that's likely to continue throughout the night tonight.
Not quite straight. There you go. That's out. This is great. This is nice, Brian. Are those flights getting in your way? Oh, yes, sir. I can try to hold them out of the way if you want.
Want to move to my left a little bit, Claude? Again. To my left, please. Okay. That's good. Stop. And now, go forward. Forward. And that's for me. Into clear down there, Jim?
We're clear.
See that thing down there? Stop. Okay. Good.
Your right foot is just about on the...
Can you roll me to the right?
To this view showing the replacements tethered to the work platform at the end of the arm, while on the door are the boxes to be replaced for the drive electronics. Again, these electronics operate the solar arrays as they unfurl.
Go ahead.
Again, at the Goddard Space Flight Center in Greenbelt, Maryland, controllers for the Space Telescope are continuing their analysis of computer problems spotted earlier today. Throughout that analysis, they are now leaning towards the possibility that it could have been a communications problem caused by interrupted KU band communications or interference with the KU band communications. Their next step in attempting to confirm that will be a direct check of the computer memory, in other words, dumping
it's good. It'll clear that.
information from the computer, sending information from the computer to the ground directly via the telescope to the satellite system and then relayed to the ground, rather than the current method and the method that has been used several times as a normal operating procedure with the telescope in the bay, which has communications be relayed through the shuttle and then to the satellites and then to the ground.
Good. Stop.
So that direct check will be one activity they'll be working on through the evening.
This is fine. Can't work on this. Keep your hip.
P4 is off.
Copy P4.
That looks good. Okay. This looks good enough, so I'm going to go back and configure the awareness tool, right? Okay, good.
Got no light.
Oh, I'll come back.
Let me try the spotlight, please, Tom.
You bet.
Right behind me here. Can't get my helmet lights in position.
No, because your body won't allow it. I'll stay here, Sterling.
That's good. That's good, Tom. Great. Right on. Want to go forward, please, Claude? Take my body forward, please, Claude. In, Claude.
Second, sorry.
I need to go in.
Check it.
But not into the bay. That's my body in.
Your front.
Stop. Good. When you put the awareness on a power tool, and you already got a torque limiter.
Talking to me, Stuart.
No, talking to Jeff.
I'm going to just say and shine some light here, Sterling. Won't take but a second once I get back there.
About 6 inches more body forward, Claude.
Okay.
Stop. Thank you.
Stop.
And
Go down.
no, I'm good right here, Claude. It's beautiful.
Okay.
I'll be needing the internal demate tool, maybe.
I have that ready for you.
Thank you.
I'll have to go back and get it, but you get it?
Controllers for the Space Telescope are also continuing to analyze the problem with the deployment of the array mechanisms that has occurred earlier, about half an hour ago or so.
I just took the screws out of
Again, present they've opted to continue with the current spacewalk work and not interrupt that, and look at
Okay, yeah.
the deployment problem with the array mechanisms as the evening wears on.
The connector slot right up in front of your face when you're trying to work.
Yep. In about 10 minutes we'll have daylight.
Okay. So I can't see for dark and I can't see for connectors.
I'll come back to get you some light. Okay, here you go.
Relay goes on 4, as I recall.
This one, yeah. Beautiful.
Detail.
Copy. Jeff, you could reset the demake tool down to number 2 setting, I think.
Clip fell off.
That fell off?
Yeah. They just slide off. Clip that hold the screws.
Little clips that hold the screw.
Yeah.
From which one, sorry?
I don't know. I got it in my hand. What I need is some tape. Grab it. Yeah, I'm gonna grab it.
We have no tape.
Can you get it in your trash bag?
Yeah.
Want me to take the tool, sorry?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm going to let go of the connector, the demate tool.
Is the screw still there, Store?
Yes, it is.
I have it.
I know one screw's good enough, but
That's right.
It'll be tough keeping it in there. Your best. Out of the way. The whole end of it came off, didn't it? Sorry, I saw that.
yes.
It's the long flat piece with the two ends bent over, Tom, you know what I mean?
Yep, sure do.
The whole thing just slid right off.
And that's the captive feature, and if the screw just floats back far enough, clip is free to come off. Okay.
Well, we just have to try not to bump them. There's nothing more we can do.
Yeah, just the screw's there now, right? But there's a chance it's going to come out, right?
Well, any of them could come out. Any of them.
Story, before you try that, do you want to try to push those out of the way and have me hold them?
Yeah.
Hey, Store.
Uh-huh.
Just so I understand, the clip that came off is one you haven't taken the screw out of yet?
No, it's one of the others, and I don't know which. Oh, here's the one. Real gentle on that. Real gentle, yeah.
Yeah, and the one it came out of, I guess, just want to check and make sure the screw's still there.
Well, I bet the screw came out with it, didn't it, Troy?
Yeah, it did.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
When I saw it floating, it was floating with the screw in there.
Okay, and you got the clip and got it in the trash bag?
Well, the screw was in the clip.
Okay, so we got the clip and screw in the trash bag, we think.
Correct.
It is for sure. Okay, thanks, Dora. I understand now.
Okay, I have these out of the way.
And Houston, I guess you're copying, looks like one of the screws on the captive clip off one of the connectors came loose and it's securely in the trash bag now.
We copy that, Tom. Thanks.
Not going to make it in there. Looks like it may be a little too long, Story.
Well, the 3.8 is, it's tight getting it in because of the harness on the door. Okay. We were always able to do that. Good job. No, I didn't get it yet. Okay.
I'm looking at the end, Story. You're pressing right up against the harness, and there's, it's missing by...
Yeah, now I can see too, Jeff.
Okay.
Well,
I would be surprised if that will fit. What do you think?
yeah, I may have to do that. I know what I can do for that. I can, after I get the box off, you know what I can do, Tom? Yep. I can leave P1 on until I can move the box just a little, and then that'll let me get in there. Sounds good to me. How about to you, Houston?
You want to try to get the other screw,
We
or will
concur,
that
Tom.
also not go, Story?
I'm going to leave the other screw in too.
Okay.
That connector will be really secure.
I'll hold the box for you then after you get it off.
Okay.
Let go of the other connectors.
Real gentle on those.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'll go back.
Ready for the power tool and the one is 516.
I'll have to get that set up. Won't take a sec.
Getting Endeavour's now about
You're away from the door about a foot. Away from the door.
just over a minute away from moving into sunrise as it crosses 321 nautical miles above the Canary Islands
Great, right.
and the coast of Morocco.
halfway touching. It does not hold in. Let me turn it 90 degrees.
Okay.
Boy, sunlight helps. Wow, does that help? Lights going off?
I have
Visors if you need them.
Okay.
Nope. It just slides on in any orientation. I can push it all the way in. We do not have a tether captive feature.
Should just hand it to me and I'll hold it on.
Do you want to try another torque limiter?
Well, we got a torque tip, so we got another way to do it. Oh, it won't stay on the torque limiter?
Well, I don't know whether the problem is that, well, of course, the 6-inch was in the torque limiter. You want me to try the torque tip? Or do you just want to...
So will it stay on at all?
Oh, it just pulls off.
Will it stay on so I can hold it on?
Yes.
Okay, I'll hold it on then. But hang on to it, all right? Hang on to
Well,
it.
do you prefer that or the torque tip?
Let me do this and I'll hold it on.
Well,
But you hold on to the extension.
I will, Story, but wouldn't it be more secure to use the torque tip?
Okay? Do the torque tip.
So let me check with Houston. Houston, Endeavour.
Go ahead, Tom.
Yeah, the 5/16 10.3 will not stay on the torque limiter. It will pull off. So we have an option of going ahead and using it in Story, just making sure he holds it on, or going to the torque tip to loosen the bolts. And we're only going to loosen them 4 turns with this combination of tools.
Another piece of information, the 5/16, I was able to push right back into the McCaddy without the tip pin. However, it seems to be securely in the caddy now that it's in there.
Okay, so it sounds like a problem with that extension, right, Jeff?
I believe so.
Now, we've been using those torque limiters for the last several days, and that's the first time we've had a problem.
Okay, Tom, we copy.
I can either hold...
And do you have a preference, Houston?
We're talking about it.
What's your preference, Story?
Okay.
Story, my preference would be to try. Yeah, if it comes loose.
I'm only doing it 4 turns.
I understand.
Okay. I can hold the extension on while I turn the bolt.
And it'll work if we have to do it, but if there's a problem, we'll run out of hands real quick.
Endeavour Houston for Tom. That's Story's option.
Your option, Story.
Take the torque tip then, Jeff.
Okay.
Can I go down about 6 inches, Claude?
Down 6.
Thank you. Beautiful.
Okay.
Torque tip is on and it's secure.
Hey, Tom, we're going exactly 4 turns, and we're going to check.
Now, are you going to keep this tether on me?
Here.
How do you want to do it, Story?
You can do it, and I'll lock it off. I'll get some slack.
Okay.
Oh, you can lock it off there. Got it locked off?
It's locked off.
Okay.
Now, let me...
Verified loosen. Come on, 10 and 3. That's not enough.
Hang on a sec, Story.
Okay.
You know, we didn't have a torque limiter on here before, and I'm looking. I see power tool on 2, so I'm thinking torque of 5 here, Story.
Okay. Good.
Yeah, that's affirmative.
Okay.
We concur, Tom.
Thanks, Greg.
5 and 2. want to go up 6 inches, Claude? Better get one that's in good light. Study it.
Okay, and I can put my lights on it, Steve. Let me turn the helmet light on. I don't know how much it'll... Nah, not as bright as the bright shade.
Okay. I'll go up a little bit, Claude.
Okay, up.
That's good.
Okay.
This is where I got to be really steady here.
I gotta be lip. I'm gonna get off the MFR story and try to steady the door. I don't want to shake you. And I can hold it on if you like. Okay, she's in there. It's turning. 1, 2. The washer is coming away with the bolt. The washer is moving out.
Copy.
And that's enough room to get the hairpin under, sorry.
Now I want to check and see that thing is still there.
Well, the washer has come out.
I'm checking to see the bolt isn't loose.
Oh, okay.
The 4 turns.
Good job, Store.
Okay. Move to my left a little bit, Claude.
Your left.
Good, Claude.
Hey, Jeff,
Yes.
what you might do is try that 5/16 on Story's mini power tool. That was the next config he was going to try. We'll see if it stays on the mini power tool.
Yeah, let me look at these other bolts just to see if they behave the same. Okay, this one, the washer has stayed on the Sadie. I don't know if it's tight or not. You have to try to dig for it.
To my left a little bit, Claude.
To your left.
That's good, Claude.
This one, the washer has also stayed on the
Endeavour
box.
Houston, expect some Radicom over the next 7 to 10 minutes.
Copy and copy your Story. Top 3, 4 turns.
Yeah.
Now, you think you want to leave one, or you going to loosen all of them?
We're going to loosen all of them.
Go.
That one, the washer came out. Both of these on the bottom so far, the washers have come out.
Jeff, did the 10-3 stay on the mini power tool?
I do not want to pull it off Story now because I don't want to shake him around.
Copy.
is Mission Control Houston. Crew's now working on the first electronic unit, moving the first black box, undoing 6 bolts in order to remove that.
And Kyle, you hear a story talking or counting the rotations of the bolts, and they were originally supposed to do 6 turns, and I think we've cut that down to 4. We found that that's all that's necessary to get it free.
If the Hornet will stick on the mini power tool. That's what I'm going to try now. The Hornet, if anything,
And James, that gives you a feel for just how exact we go through the procedures in knowing how many turns of a bolt it takes to get the bolt removed or installed. And then, of course, after you get the bolt installed, when they reinstall the SADI, they have torque wrenches, which we apply the proper torque to the bolt to hold it securely in place, but without over torquing the bolt and then stripping the threads or putting undue stress on the structure that holds the SADI electronics in place, or whatever structure or box you're working on.
4 turns, took all the others off. You could cock the box enough to get to P1 screws. Okay.
I think I'm going to have to rotate the box a little.
All right.
I'm going to leave it there.
Did you try it?
I did. I tried a little and it stuck.
Very good.
It does seem to stick onto the mini power tool.
Good.
Next step.
Why don't you give it another test, Gary?
See? All right. So you're using the 5/16 torque?
Oh, I'm using the Hornet. Yes, I thought I was using the torque.
Copy.
You want me to change it back?
No, I think this will work.
I'm going to get off here so that I don't shake you.
Doing fine, Jeff. I think I'll take her here, Jeff. Wait. screw came out of the bag. I got it in my hand again. Copy. Oh, it's gone. Did it hurt? What? The screw is gone.
I did not see it. Oh, it's behind you, Story. Hold on to this. Is it? Do you see it? It's down below. Yeah, I saw it.
It's coming down toward the payload bay.
I see it.
Can you get it,
Take
Jay?
the mini pilot drill, Story.
Okay.
Claude's going to bring you down to it. Take it easy. Take it easy.
Take it easy.
I take you down slowly, Jen.
It's stable. It's coming down pretty fast.
Yeah, he's going to catch up with it.
I have it.
Okay, arm stops.
Great speed chase.
Good job.
Ultimate arm driver.
Another claim for that in the STS, Claude.
Okay, take you back there to safety.
All right, let's see if we can get this put away.
Of course, it was put away, and
Well, I realize, but you want to try putting it behind my glove? Is that more secure, do you think?
yeah, it is, isn't it?
I think that's a better idea. Every time we open that
Open my
bag,
glove.
chance something comes out, right, Store?
Yeah.
Story Musgrave riding on the end of the robot arm with Jeff Hoffman serving as a free floater. One of the small screws on one of the connectors for the solar array drive electronics box came loose, and Claude Nicollier expertly moved the arm down, and Jeff Hoffman was able to retrieve that small screw.
Okay. Back to
And Kyle, that was a real expert job by Claude to be able to move the arm that quickly on the moment's notice, and to track the screw that is really a small piece of material for him to see from the window was quite an excellent job. I was surprised they were able to execute that as well as they did.
Roger.
Toward the door, please, Claude.
Okay, toward the door, a little bit to the right.
Yes.
Certainly demonstrates the capability of the shuttle's robot arm.
It is a marvelous piece of equipment. It has done so much for us to date, and continues to perform well. And one of the reasons we went to retrieve the screw as it came loose is we don't want to add any debris to the orbital problem that already exists. So collecting that screw was a priority. But if it had gotten away, it was something that is part of the business of being in space.
Down 6, please, Claude.
I got Story.
Down 6, please, Claude.
Down.
Now that I know what I'm got a feel for, I'll go get the lower ones first.
Ray, I'll hold them in. I'll hold the box in.
Okay. A little further, Claude. Stop, please.
Stop. Houston, Endeavour.
Go ahead, Tom.
Yeah, Greg, and you copy how Story's going to do P1 that he didn't have access.
Let me know if you want me to push the box in.
Endeavour Houston, Tom, we lost you in the hand down to Diego there.
Okay, you all copy how Story's going to demate the P1 connector that he didn't have access to?
Right, he's going to pull the box off and then pull the connector off.
Right.
Right, and we're okay with that.
But, thanks.
Take the tool again, Jeff. Put it on. Let me see if I can get on in there.
Well, let me help hold the box down, Story.
Better lift the washer with a box and get on.
But then get the box pressed down.
We've lost our television picture for just a couple of minutes as Endeavour's moved out of range of our tracking and data relay satellite system. We have 2 satellites that we use for communications, and in this case, when we're out of range, we are able to hand our communications link down to a ground site at Diego Garcia as the orbiter moves out across the Indian Ocean. And Mario, just a minute ago, you and I were talking offline about the access doors on the telescope, some of the equipment, and it's, in this case with the solar array drive electronics unit, it's mounted in such a way it's obviously a very hand-intensive task, but you were discussing its location might make it a little easier to work on.
Well, in this case, as in a lot of the equipment on the Hubble, that we are trying to change out, when the crew opens the access door, normally you would expect when they open the door that the electronics would be inside the cavity that the door is covering, but in the engineers that designed Hubble in anticipation of EVA tasks have mounted the units, the electronics, in many cases on the inside of the door, so when the door is opened, the electronics swing out and are presented directly to the EVA crew member, thus making access a little bit easier. And Story was mentioning the black box that he's currently changing out, the solar array drive electronics unit, the first one. In this case, there's a connector, electronic connector, much like an RS-232 connector is connected to a computer that is close to the door side of the box, and he is having trouble getting the little tool on there or having access to it. So what he's about to do is then unmount the electronics box from the door, and then he can get his hand fully around the connector and demate it from the box. So that is currently what Story and Jeff are involved in.
There's 8 of these connectors on the solar array drive box, and each one of those has those connectors on it that has to be removed before they can then unbolt the box and replace it with the new unit.
And that's correct, and he has removed most of the connectors at this point, save for the one, and that will be done after he removes. And remains to be seen whether he'll have that problem with the other box at this point.
We should be getting our TV views back from the orbiter in just a few seconds as Endeavour on the 103rd orbit of the mission moves back in range of our tracking and data relay satellite.
I got to back these bolts out in 1 turn each.
Suppose I try to hold the box all the way in, Story.
Endeavour Houston will be handing back up to the west in about 15 seconds.
Give me the wrist. Good. If you haven't backed it out far enough, that's what springs the hairpin.
Okay. I think we need about 5 turns, huh?
Yeah, and I looked at the threads and bunches. I'm going to put 5 on them.
Super.
The main problem I had there, even when it's turned all the way, it won't come. It won't come out.
So,
It won't come out.
yeah, they hang up in the box. Yep. We've seen that, right?
Go up, please, Claude, 6 inches. I'm going to do 2 more here.
Oh, okay.
That's good, Claude.
So that one's moving in and out almost as though it's not holding.
finger on it.
Put the hairpin on this story, yeah. It'll come up.
Up, please, Claude.
Say again, sorry?
Up, please, by the front.
Eligible. Body away. That's out. It's as though the threat, it's...
Endeavour, we're with you on the west.
Beautiful, Claude.
Copy.
Like the threads on that are stripped. Don't push the bolt in. There we go.
Well, I want to hold it in so it won't go anywhere.
That technique of keep it pulling out on the hairpin to keep it on the head working okay, Store?
Yeah, it is.
Okay.
But here's a bolt that after basically 5 turns has come all the way out. It looks like the threads are stripped to me, doesn't it to you, Stray?
It got loose, but I caught it.
And which one you on now, Store?
That was upper right.
Who's the other one? Now we'll remember that when we put the new Sadie on, okay? And did the washer come with it?
Yes.
Okay.
And it's in a trash bag.
All right.
My goodness. We could tool again.
There you go.
I'll be right there.
Go down underneath now.
Yeah.
Okay. I'll slide around to watch. So you want to get the hairpin on before you have the... watch it, the tether's wrapped around your little finger, Stray.
Down, please, Claude.
Down, Store.
Keep going, Claude. Looks good.
Up.
This one, the washer's stuck to the box.
This is the lower left.
Copy.
one came out of the bag, and I caught that too.
All right.
Sure getting my practice here. To the right now, Claude.
Okay, to the right.
A little further, Claude. That's good, thanks.
Endeavour Houston for story. Correction for Tom.
Go ahead.
Bruce, go ahead, Greg.
Tom, just curious, we've been watching Story and Jeff out there and haven't got a camera view of the PDMs. We're wondering if there is any observed change in position of either of them.
Claude, we were just looking at the minus V2 with binoculars, and it is still fully seated in the aft latch. The plus V2 doesn't appear to have moved. We don't have as good a view of it, but the minus V2 is still fully seated. And one of the things we were thinking about is, we left both of those microswitch guards in the change-out position. On plus V2, it's because we couldn't pull the pit pin through the plastic. And on minus V2, it's because after the aft latch was closed, it was caught in there. It wouldn't slide. So we were wondering if maybe that's giving you a little bit of friction.
Well, that's exactly what we're thinking, KT, and I'm waiting for the finalization of the plan here, but it looks like if we can overcome that friction induced by those microswitch guards with a little bit of manual assistance, then we might end up completing the PDM deploy using the motors. But that is what we're thinking right now.
Okay, we're kind of hoping the same thing.
Down a little, please, Claude.
That discussion by Kathy Thornton relating to the solar arrays on the telescope. The PDMs are the primary deploy mechanisms, which basically fold the arrays down away from the body of the telescope. The current thinking is there may be a small interference with the microswitch guards that basically provide the indications that the solar arrays are in the proper latched position. And so the discussion that's ongoing relates to possibly having the crew members go up to the top of those solar arrays and give them a slight nudge to free them from the latch mechanisms. The latch mechanisms have already been released and confirmed in the open position.
At the lower right.
Copy. With the washer?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And how about the lower left story I missed? Did the washer come with it?
No, it did not.
Thanks.
Okay, so
And Tom Sadie is tethered to one of the lower boxes at the moment.
Okay. How's the brake on that retractable tether working?
It's fine.
Okay, you got it on, right?
The one that I'm holding on the power tool?
No, the brake on the retractable on Sadie, is it set?
Oh, let me do that.
now, into the telescope, Claude.
Into the telescope.
Now leaving, that's good, Claude. Right there.
Okay.
I'm going to leave that middle bolt in. Oh, no, I got the stops. I can't rotate the box. I'm going to have to go get that off. Okay. Please, Claude. I was thinking I could rotate the box a little and leave the bolt in, but I can't. Those little spays are there.
I'll hold the box for you once it comes off. After I'll have to reconfigure the mini power tool for you.
Okay.
First.
Please climb. Stop. Yeah. Maybe. Okay.
Better for you to do it first. Be in position. I'll hold the box.
Okay. You hold the box, and then when you go to reconfigure, I'll hold the box.
Exactly.
Press the box.
Have it.
We should be getting our television view back from Endeavour in just a couple of minutes. The orbiter is currently moving across Australia on the latter portions of the 103rd orbit. And Mario, just a minute ago, we were talking about how difficult it was for this one connection that Story was working with, and we're going to try and demonstrate this. I'm going to hold this up for you and let you use this. This will, I guess, simulate the wall or the bay door that they're opening, and you take it from there.
The washer with it? Yes. Okay.
Okay, just looking to make sure. Let's see, looking at the top, there is a washer left on the upper left. And I cannot see the bottom right now.
Yeah, the way I've got it is upper left and lower left. We left washers.
There you go.
Okay, and I'll check that before we finally stow it.
Okay.
In the cope today.
Okay.
Well, we'll demonstrate this in a minute soon we lose the downlink television.
Which is off the ground. Those are the two washers on the side with the tether point of the Sadie.
Okay. That one got away from me too, but I caught it. Your pins are strong. There we go.
Okay, we're out of the downlink for a minute. We're going to try and once again and demonstrate this. Go ahead, Mario.
Hatchback closed up store.
What the problem was the Story was encountering was the connector, similar to but a little bit different than this RS-232 connector that I have, was plugged into the side of the solar array deploy electronics, but the connector was located very close to the door. If this clipboard with the piece of paper is the door, then for me to turn the connecting screws that to loosen the connector to pull it off, I can't get my hand completely around the screw. Now let me just show you the difference between an ungloved hand. I happen to have an EVA glove here. That's a little bit small for me, but if I can get it on, and you can see that the glove is a little bit bulkier, and depending upon the clearance with the connector, for me to get my hands around with a gloved hand, you can imagine trying to do that. So what we use is a tool on the end of the connector. We have a power tool that mates up with the connector screw, and we do that. Now if this were designed for EVA, the screw here that I'm to turn, very difficult now with the gloved hand, would be a much larger screw, and that's how we design tools for EVA, is that the axis for the glove and the things we have to manipulate are very much larger than what we normally would see down here on the ground.
Let me get on top so I can...
And again, there are 8 of these connectors on the solar array drive electronics box that the crew's in the process of changing out, and So it's a hand-intensive task if you didn't, if you weren't able to use a power tool on those small screws.
You mentioned the hand intensity, and that's another thing. And like a rubber glove, and I'll demonstrate that when we get a little video back with the glove. Now that we've got the downlink.
I think this is the best way to go.
You get it in the position that you like, and I'm going to hold it for you.
Stay right there.
Okay, let me get my hand on the header here.
Have you got it?
Well, now I do.
Okay. Try to push it, fix it right on the door there.
That's what I'm doing.
Okay. Push it right on the door.
You have access from there, or do you want it higher?
No, that'll be fine.
Okay.
Think. Let me go in and see. Down, please, Claude. Down. We're going to have to put the new one on the same way.
I think we will.
That's good, Claude.
Let go.
Yeah.
You want to reposition the box?
Yeah. Let's go like this. Up, please, Claude. Top story. Good, Claude.
Wait, hold on just a minute. Let me get my visor down. The sun's going to be in my eye.
All right.
Okay. Have that for now. Let me get in a better position to hold this for you.
I can hold it.
Okay.
That's you right there. Have you got it? Have you got it?
I have it.
Okay. There. Clamp it good there. Got it?
Yep. And I can hold it away and point it at you. With
No. We'll do the minimum
Okay.
amount.
Minimum amount of stress on the wires.
Yeah.
Sounds like it's set. sir.
Now, I'll hold the box. You want to move me away from the door a little bit, Claude?
Okay, listen to the door. Hey,
Yeah.
did you get it loose, door?
Yes, I need the internal demating tool.
All right.
Move me away from the door, please, Claude.
I'll trade you tools here.
Hey, stop, please, Claude.
Stop.
There you go.
Stop, Tom. Stabilize yourself and everything.
Just let go of that, sir.
You want me to what?
Just let go of the demate connector.
Okay.
Let go of it. And let's see. You probably want
Is that a valve? Okay.
you take that.
Are you stable? Yeah. You can take this one.
Ready for me to take the Sadie or the tool first?
Take the Sadie. Maybe I can hang on to the tool.
Let me.
They take all the time you want.
Get my helical eye connector, and then let me.
Okay, I'll get this one off.
Okay, I have Sadie.
Bend it back my way a little, or maybe you can. Okay. I'll leave that for the new Sadie, I guess.
Okay, that's a good idea.
Okay. Let's see around the back.
Fasten this off.
I'm going to have to put T1 on and then put the box on.
That's going to be fun, isn't it?
Yeah, it's going to be fun.
Copy, store.
But it's doable. One of the real difficulties, Tom, we didn't have practice in was all the connectors stay in your face. And when you're getting P1, you got 8 others in your face.
Roger. Okay, what's the serial number on that one, Jeff? You got a way to identify it for me?
The one that we just took off?
Yeah.
Let's see. 894.
Copy.
can do is roll those alignment pins in. I've got them on the alignment pins. You can just hold the box in until I get P1 on. Then we'll change the position to turn the screws.
Let's... Okay.
To the right, Claude, about 6 inches.
To the right, Story.
Thank you, Claude.
Oops, it popped out, Story.
Yeah, just hold it right in there.
Very glad we have these alignment pins.
Yep. Got it on.
It's on?
Yeah, just gotta screw it now.
Okay.
Let me change the position of the box again so I get access.
Pushing it how you want.
Connectors all look pretty good, Store.
Yes, they do. Beautiful.
Good.
Oh, just like that, Jeff.
Don't have too much sunlight left.
I know. Hold it right like that.
Tell me when you need me to apply the most pressure.
Okay.
Ready? Okay, I'm holding on.
Endeavour is approaching the equator to begin the 104th orbit of the mission as the orbiter moves to the northeast across the Pacific Ocean. Story Musgrave and Jeff Hoffman have removed the old solar ray drive electronics box and are now in the process of installing the new one.
Up, please, Claude.
Up, Story.
Up.
inset.
I'll get my helmet lights.
See if you can bounce the mag light off the silver in the bay. Maybe that'll light up the area.
It helps. Helps a lot, Tom.
Roger, story.
And Kyle, we'd heard Jeff ask for the mag light to be shined on the work area as we watch behind Jeff, an actual orbital sunset viewed on screen here as the white and the blue kind of wane. The sun is going further and further over the horizon.
Imagine that's a lot prettier view when you're up there than it is on television. It probably doesn't do justice.
Well, seeing it on a 13-inch or a 23-inch television set, certainly you lose a little bit in the translation.
It's good, Claude.
Okay, stop.
Endeavour Houston, 2 minutes to hand over to the east.
Clip came off.
Well, we know how to catch it.
I caught it.
But don't try to put it back on.
Is one screw enough, Tom? I got one on P1.
That's a plenty, right, Houston?
That is affirmative.
Let's put that in my other glove, story.
Yeah, I'll put it in mine here.
Okay. Float it away, kid. Don't hit it.
I got it. Okay, Jeff. I ain't lost nothing yet.
It looked a lot like a mosquito, didn't it, story? Big golden mosquito. You have Mercedes. Now, I have a power tool configured with a torque limiter and a torque tip. Is that going to work for you?
Yes, it'll work fine. Want to go down 6 inches, Claude?
Down 6.
Good, Claude.
Endeavour Houston for Tom. We would like Story and Jeff to just insert one screw per connector for all the connectors.
Okay, copy, Greg. You copy story?
Yep. Okay, I'll take the torque tip, Jeff.
Set to tighten. What's the torque?
5, isn't it, Tom?
It's set to 5.
That's right. Torque 5, power tool on 2.
Okay, and it's tight, and it's low speed.
Hey, can you hold the box?
Yep. Let me give you some tether on this. Great. Get myself stable.
Away from the door about 6 inches, Claude.
The door 6.
Okay, I have the box.
Okay. That's away from the box, Claude. Away from the box, Claude. Away from the door, Claude.
Okay, bring that.
Stop.
Stop.
Okay, loosen. CP2.
Tight. Tight.
Yes. Okay. Torque. 5. I want to do about halfway on these.
That's affirmative.
Away from the door, Claude.
Okay, away from the door.
Stop.
Stop. We go up a little.
It's fine, Claude.
Okay.
I know I'm stretching, but I couldn't see. These are under the box. Up a foot, Claude.
Up a foot. Jeff, if you can swing left a little, I think the light will help.
I have my light on it.
Okay.
I got good light, Tom.
All right. Got a good height story?
That's wonderful. Good, Claude.
Going in. Looks nice.
Up torque limiter. Okay, I got the upper left torque down.
Copy.
Upper right next. When you pop the torque limiter with a torque tip, sometimes it jumps out.
Yep.
You might have to put the other one on, Story.
Got the upper right. No. Down, please, Claude.
Down story? it pops, right, Stuart?
That's right. Right. Good, Claude. Now in about 6 inches.
In 6 inches.
That's good, Claude.
Stop.
Up the fog limiter. Okay. That's bottom right, Tom.
Roger.
Right, son.
How many turns are you getting? Any idea, Stuart? 10 or 12?
Wait, I didn't count.
It doesn't matter, but
It's all the way in.
okay.
Up. Okay, all four.
Don't turn it anymore. The tether's getting wrapped around. Sorry. Just watch it. Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Copy all 4 bolts on.
Yeah. I'm going to remove the tether from tether from Sadie. I'll take that back from you, sorry.
Hey. Hey, Todd, I'll go to my right about a foot.
Okay, coming right.
Hey, Sox.
Hi, Stuart. Hey, Stuart.
Uh-huh.
Can we check that many power tools still set on a torque of 1?
Yes, it is.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you. Tom, I think I'm going to put them all on and then do the screws, because they're all in my face, and I can't see behind them.
Okay, your call.
In toward the door, please, Claude. Sox.
Okay. And Story, one thing we probably ought to look at is the screws we don't make to make sure they are captive. And you don't think that they're going to...
That's good, Sox. That's good, Sox.
I don't know how we can guarantee that.
Up about 6 inches. Sox.
Okay. The best we can do is just make sure the clip isn't half on or something, Jeff, you know, just looking at it.
Touch more, Sox. Okay, that's good.
And so as you come to them, why don't you tell me which ones have the clips off of that we put in the trash bag, please?
Okay.
It was the lower one on P1 that came off.
Right, I'll tell him, Jeff. P1, the lower one came off. It's in the trash bag. P2, the upper one on P1 is made. I'm inserting the connector now, P2. P2's got both screws. P3 has got both screws. I'm making the connector now. P3 is on.
Okay, Story, thanks. I had trouble finding my pencil. Which one on P1 is missing again?
The bottom one.
Okay, thanks.
Both screws are in P2 and P3. The one that Claude chased after was the bottom one on P4. That screw and the clip is gone. Small connector is on.
Copy.
P6 got 2 screws.
Roger.
It's on. P8. P8 has got a clip, but it's missing a screw. I don't think that one's accounted for, is it? Yeah, it isn't. Yeah, that's right.
Okay.
It's missing the screw, but it's got the clip.
Okay, and upper or lower?
Lower.
Okay.
Okay.
I'm running full hot, Tom.
Copy. I haven't been asking you guys. Are y'all staying comfy?
I'm comfy, but I'm not working right now, so I'm running full hot.
Away, away from the door, please, Socks.
Coming away. Hey, it's been so nice out there that I haven't even been worrying about that. Glenn Lutz and Bill Spinney really did some good work for us, didn't they?
Stop, please, Socks. Yeah, it is great work.
Astronauts Story Musgrave and Jeff Hoffman completing the connections, the small connecting screws to the new solar array drive electronics box.
The Mini 2?
Yeah. Dead. Right.
While they're completing that task here in the flight control room, the team's off discussing the next task for the crew. There's some replanning going on at this time associated with watching the deploy of the solar array primary deploy mechanisms. Those are the deploy mechanisms that keep the arrays folded up against the sides of the telescope.
Okay, you want Jeff to...
And Kyle, I think they arrived at a decision that they're going to send one of the crew members up to the top of the telescope to give the solar array units a little push to get them started, and then drive them under both motors to their deploy position. So that's what's being folded into the timeline right now.
Working all right, sure.
That doesn't sound like a battery, does it?
No.
Another option story is...
Use a PT.
Yeah, another option is put the PT on the end of it and go low torque and just give it little spurts if Houston agrees.
Okay. I think that's what I got to do.
You copy, Houston?
We copy, standby 1.
PT and low.
Roger. Yeah, we've done that in the water story. Haven't heard anything.
Endeavour Houston, we're seeing overtemp on camera Delta. If you'd cycle that off, please.
Roger. All the connectors on, right?
I'm going to do the bottom row here. I was leaving them off. I was going to get all the top row screws. Once I get rolling on those screws, it'll be fast.
Okay, yeah, I just missed P5 and P7, so that's good. We're together.
I let them off to get the screws out.
Do you want the, are we going to leave the torque limiter on?
It doesn't matter.
I'll leave it on, that'll make it easier.
Okay, good. Low speed, I'll watch the screws. I'll watch them go in. You have to anyway, even using a mini power tool, the screwdriver will jump off if you don't stop in time.
Roger.
So really, it's the same.
Yep.
Just one is more wieldy than the other.
away from his work?
About 3 inches.
Okay.
Take me away from the door, please, Sox.
If he doesn't like it, we can change it.
All right.
Hey, Story, I'll trade. You take this.
Little further, Sox.
Pull it out, and I'll lock the tether off.
Good, Sox.
Copy.
Hey, now, do you want me to try to take the mini power tool away from you, Story? Get out of your way.
Yeah, be good. It's good.
Here.
Now to my right, Sox.
Going right.
Tight. Low speed. And I guess we still need to go from Houston to do this. Just more wieldy, that's the only issue.
Yeah, Houston, we have a go for our option here of using the PT and just using short burst to put the screws in and make sure we don't turn them once they snug up.
We're still talking about it, Tom. Stand by 1.
As Story mentioned, Greg, when those things get tight, the screwdriver just pops off of them anyway. It'd be really hard to over-torque them, I think.
We copy.
My backpack on a stanchion there.
Okay, Tom, the mini power tool is tethered in the caddy on the MFR.
Good job, Jeff.
Go up, please, Sox.
Okay, we'll take you.
It's good. Right there is good, Sox. The tether to this wrench is going under the door. I'll free it. Here, I'll swing it over there.
Okay, I can take up some of the tether if you think there's too much out there.
No, I think we're great, Jeff.
Just didn't want anything to get in your way.
Endeavour Houston, Tom, you are go to use the mini power tool as you proposed, or the PT, I should say, as you proposed, for those connectors that have not lost one screw already. For those, we'd like you to use the manual mode.
Okay, you copy, Store?
Yeah, I did. I think there's more risk to that. Here goes P2. Low speed on this PT is much more controllable than the mini power tool, which is such a speed demon.
Bring it forward to you a bit, Story. There you go. Now you're at right angles.
Look how slow this goes. 1,
Let's do the ones and we'll make...
2. See how slow? I got total control now.
This is excellent.
This is better.
Bring it towards you, Story.
It's better control than a mini power tool. By far. How's it looking, Jeff?
It's good. Hey, take it off. This is the way to do it.
Yeah, so it's better than mini power tool.
Bring it towards you. Bring it towards you. There you go.
It's so much slower.
Stop. Perfect. Well,
I got more control doing this than I had before.
Roger.
It's so slow.
hey, Story, the screw isn't straight.
You copy, Houston? really we have more control with the PT than we do the mini power tool because of the speed to actually control not overturning them.
We copy that, Tom, and we have decided that the man on the scene should make the decision.
Go for it, Story.
To you, Story. No, right angle. Record. They come in. Yeah, and I can see when the screw is all the way in. Towards you. Towards you. There you go. Towards you a bit.
What was being discussed is the difference between mini power tool and the power ratchet tool that the crew is using. There are two electric drill, or similar to an electric drill, that's being used. The mini power tool has less control in terms of a variable speed. It's very similar to a home drill that has a variable speed capability to it. The power tool has that capability versus the mini power tool that they were discussing.
Stop. No, that's not quite in yet. A little more. Towards you. Stop. Right in. Stop. Oh, the screw needs to come forward a bit. Okay. Pull it forward towards you. Towards you. Towards you. Stop. Okay, I got all the test the connectors a little bit. See if they want just a little bit more tightening. The screws, I mean. Yeah, this could use a little bit more. Okay. Put about a half a turn on it.
You getting the upper ones on all of them, Store?
Yes, I've got the upper ones on all of them.
Okay, doke.
Stop. Stop.
I got the upper ones on J8, J6, J4, J3, and J2.
Okay, this needs a little tightening.
And, Tom,
Sir?
it's only going to cost me 5 minutes to do the bottom screws.
Stop. Stop. Stop.
You know, once you set up and go and you got the connector on, doing screws are nothing. Dante socks.
Do this one a little bit more.
3 inches. No, I don't think they'd mind you going for it, Story. It's only going to take a couple of minutes.
It's pretty whippy, Tom.
Towards you. Towards you, sorry.
Stopping.
And actually, Tom, that's the best way that we can go, even if we don't make them tight, just to put them in a stop, sorry, stop.
Yeah, just put them in enough to make sure they don't float out, Store.
Exactly. That's the best way to guarantee it.
Okay, P8 does not have a bottom screw. There's P6, the bottom one.
A hard time getting right on it for you, Story. Bring it towards you if you can.
Endeavour Houston for Tom.
There we go.
Go ahead.
Tom, I've got a big picture of the rest of the EVA at your convenience, no rush.
Okay, Greg, can we wait 6 or 7 minutes till daylight so I can put my mag light down and then I'll be ready?
Absolutely.
Okay, thanks.
I can't help you so much down those airlines, Story. You see it?
Yeah.
It's very nice and controllable. Bring it towards you. There you go. Now it's at right angle.
That one doesn't want to go
part of J2 in a little bit. It's not, the connector is not quite square. Okay. Bottom is out a little bit. I can give you the connector tool if that'll help.
I got it. As hard as I can push. Oh, J2?
J2. It's not on square. In other words, since you put the screw on the top, it's pulled the bottom side up. That may be the problem, is the screw. And that may be why the bottom screw is...
Story Musgrave and Jeff Hoffman completing tightening up the small screws on the connectors, the connector pins on the new Solar Ray Drive Electronics box. The box has already been mated with the 4 bolts to the wall of the protective cover of the compartment on the telescope, and they are winding up the task by tightening up the small screws on the connector pins.
Let me describe it to the ground. The bottom is at about maybe 2 millimeters. The top is all the way in. I don't know how long the pins are. Bring it towards you, Story. I think, Story, you're going to have to loosen the top one a bit.
It screws on now.
Okay, yeah, it looks like it's driving. Yes, it is. It's straight up, done it.
I got the bottom on the J2.
Great. That's brought it in. Now it looks square.
Good job, Store.
Much better.
Hey.
Let's do it with the other ones.
Bottom on the J4.
Okay,
Now we go get P5 and P7.
by the way, although P1 does not have a screw on the bottom, it is on square. I can see that from this angle.
We get J5 and J7.
Copy that. Okay, so you got 2 in the others also, right, Store?
Yep.
All right, buddy.
Well, maybe just one at a time would be easier at this point.
P5, connectors on.
Copy.
Can't see the actual screw.
Okay, helmet lights and visors, guys. Good morning.
towards you. There you go.
Bottom one on P5. Copy.
Towards you.
It's hard to line up.
Yeah, it is.
Close around. Man, if you get on it and turn it, trying to get the seat in the hole.
Looks like you're on it now.
Yeah, I'm on it all right. I keep getting on it. But,
bring the tool further forward. Further forward before you put pressure on it. Towards you.
yeah. See, they just float there, and they float out of alignment.
Yeah.
And you gotta get on them at the exact moment. They're floating by the right place.
That's at right angles now. Further towards you. There you go.
All right, it's on.
Looks good.
P5's got 2.
A little bit more light when you take a look at the other one.
Okay. Gotta go in towards the telescope now, Fox.
Say that again, one more time, Story.
Go in toward the telescope.
Okay, I'll take you.
Okay, stop. Okay, good. I'll go get P7 now.
Copy.
P7's missing the top screw.
Okay. Clip still there?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
Well, the pressure's on. I gotta make this one.
Was that one accounted for? I don't remember that one.
Wanna take me away from the door a little bit, Sox?
I'm on the way.
A little further, Sox. That's good.
Yeah, you might feel some pressure on your leg. Looks like you're bumping against the trunnion there.
Okay, sorry.
Just wanted to let you know I don't think you can see it.
Good angle.
All right, we're making P7 bottom.
All right.
He's in.
All right, that's all of them, right?
Good. And I've done another inspection of the connectors by daylight, and they all look flush. Make sure the top of P7 is in there. Yeah, that's it tight.
Thank you.
Okay, Houston, Endeavour, we're ready to copy the big plan. And your go for a SADI aliveness test.
Now take this and I'll give it one more inspection, Jeff.
Yeah, let me get back to the...
Okay?
And Houston copies, and Tom, I'm ready to give you the words.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, first and foremost, there is no anticipated action for a coprocessor during this EVA. We're going to do the SADI checkout, SADI aliveness test. Next action is minus V2 PDM deploy. That will be a manual deploy. Our plan is to go free drift just prior to the deploy of the minus V2 PDM, stay free drift until the completion of the plus V2 PDM. After the minus V2 PDM deploy is complete, we'd like you to rotate to 304 degrees, which is the hard stop. Should take about 6 minutes, and we think you're going counterclockwise. Then you go to the plus V2 PDM, do a manual deploy of the plus V2 PDM. When that's complete, we want you to do the GHRS, and we want to verify with you that at 304 degrees rotation, that is okay. Then we want to rotate to the MSS position, which is 330 degrees. Pivot to 75, and then complete both MSS covers, placing the one that had the sides come off as the #1 priority. There is no plan, given the duration of the EVA that we anticipate, for you to monitor the SDM deploy or the high gain activity. Over.
Okay, Greg, let me read back. Nothing planned today for coprocessor. You all are going to start a SADI aliveness test. We're going to set up to do a V2 PDM deploy. We'll go pre-drift prior to that, stay free drift until the completion of the plus V2 PDM. After that, we're going to rotate to 304 degrees, take about 6 minutes counterclockwise, and do GHRS, and we'll think about that position in a second and get back to you. And following that, we will rotate to 330, tilt down to 75, and work on the MSSs, starting with MSS #2.
That's a pretty good readback time with one exception. Just want to clarify. We do the minus V2 PDM, then rotate to 304, then do the plus V2.
Greg, do the minus V2 PDM, then rotate to 304 degrees, and do the plus V2 and evaluate if we can do GHRS there.
It's good readback.
Okay, Jet, you can get the outer tenet, please. I took one more look at those connectors. They look good, Tom.
Want me to take this off for you, Stuart?
That'd be wonderful, yeah.
Say what, Stuart?
The connectors all look good. I took one more look at them.
Okay, great. Good job, fella.
I'm sorry to take so long. I gave it my best shot.
It's called quality work, right?
We'd rather have you do it right. No problem on the time.
Well, it takes that long. These little tiny screws.
There's a lot of problems there which we never saw, although we anticipated.
Yeah. That's what it's all about, Bill. Okay, Science?
Yes, Troy?
Bring you out away from the telescope?
Okay, I'm going to have to bring you to your left some first.
Okay, yeah, good.
Astronaut Greg Harbaugh here in Mission Control was reading up the latest plan that the crew will follow aboard Endeavour. Tom Akers recording that and reading it back. He's serving as the choreographer inside the crew compartment for today's 5th scheduled spacewalk of the mission. The plan now that the SADI, or the Solar Array Drive Electronics box, has been installed is for the Space Telescope Operations Control Center to conduct an aliveness test. That's an electrical check to make sure that electricity is reaching that new box, and then the 2 crew members will manually deploy the primary deploy mechanism on one of the solar arrays. The telescope will then be rotated, and the 2 crew members, Story Musgrave and Jeff Hoffman, will then manually deploy the primary deploy mechanism on the other solar array. The manual deploy is conducted very similarly to what was done on the 2nd spacewalk by Tom Akers, when manual stow of the old solar array was done using a power tool. The two crew members will manually lower the solar array drives down to the open position, in other words, away from the body of the telescope. Following that, the crew will perform the Goddard High Resolution Spectrograph Redundancy Kit installation, and then the entire telescope will be pivoted down 75 degrees and rotated slightly for the installation of the insulation boxes that were built yesterday by pilot Ken Bowersox and mission specialist Claude Nicollier to be placed over the sensor boxes on the old magnetometers to alleviate any concerns for contamination that may be prevalent at the altitude caused by some atomic oxygen or ultraviolet light that hits those sensors. So these boxes will hopefully protect that. That will be the last task planned for the day before the crew heads back inside. There is no plan for the crew members to stay outside during the solar array blanket deploy, the secondary deploy mechanisms, or for the high gain antennas deploys. That is also scheduled a little bit later this morning.
Endeavour Houston, more good news for you. Good SATI aliveness test.
Hooray.
Hooray, Greg.
2, 3, 4, 5.
Please, socks. Okay. Report to telescope.
Greg Harbaugh just notifying the crew that the aliveness test, or the electrical check to the new solar array drive electronics box, was successful. So the Space Telescope Operations Control Center confirms that they have gotten a good electrical check on that new unit that the crew has just installed.
And Kyle, you heard after the aliveness test results were radioed up by Capcom, Greg Harbaugh, Story and Jeff reacted positively to that, and this has been probably one of the tougher tasks that they've had to perform. It was very hand intensive. Most of the things they were working on were rather small, a little bit of meticulousness with which they had to execute, and as I demonstrated before with the gloves, that becomes even more difficult. So in their reaction, you could tell, even though it was a mild one, you could tell they were pretty happy with the results of that. Some instant feedback from the Space Telescope Operation Control Center was welcome.
It's interesting because Story radioed down and basically apologized for taking so long, and of course the intent is, as radioed up, was quality, not necessarily the speed, is just make sure the job's done right, and of course they have done that now, as was confirmed by the folks at Goddard.
And one of the things you're conscious of at this point while you're out there is, and they've been out some close to 3.5 hours now, and we're hoping that this is the last EVA of the mission, and to get everything on our plate accomplished and done. The plate is rather full for the rest of the evening, so they were conscious of that and hoping to get it done. But even with that in mind, they just pressed ahead slowly and carefully with getting the work done, and indeed that's behind them now. And I think at this point, just if I speculate a little bit, that the rest of the EVA will probably be a little bit smoother than what we've experienced here.
Certainly a lot of replanning going on tonight versus the other 4 EVAs, and that's part of the game, especially when you're working with this group of people with collaborating. We've got people not just in this front room that everybody sees, but all over this building, and not only here but at other locations that are choreographing at the same time that the crew is on orbit.
We can store the
And I think just for folks out there, for every position, every controller position in this room, that controller has a back rooms with several people in it, and all those folks are working on the problems as we encounter them. And some of the best young engineers in the country we have here in this control center applying their knowledge and expertise to the problem and getting the mission accomplished. It's quite a sight to see and walk around to the different control centers, the rooms here, as people do their jobs. It's real rewarding to be among such professionals.
Well, the two crew members are wrapping up their activities with the Sadie, now closing out that equipment bay. The orbiter's moving to the southeast across Africa, about halfway through the 104th orbit of the mission.
At the bottom 2 now, Tom. Copy that. Stop, please, son. Stop. Bottom forward one I got, one more to go, Tom. Copy, store. Dropping the torque limiter at 10. Copy that. Hey, son, good. Okay. Okay, all 6 bolts are torqued. Copy, story. It looks good all around the seal too, right? Yes, sir. I guess we'll have to do a PDU. Yeah, we'll head up to minus V2, which is over on the port side today. Okay. Oh. Ready to go, Story? Yeah, I sure am, son. Okay. Gotta back you out first. Ready? And I see you got both tethers for the ground keeping score. That looks all good up there, guys. Good job. Down. Yep. I found it. And the 15-degree position mark. Yes, I am. Yep. Yeah. Right, so I'll go beyond it, swing around, and come in from the side facing aft.
Okay, you want to go past and face the other way. Okay,
Yep.
got it.
Now that the solar array drive electronics box compartment is closed, the two astronauts are being moved up to the top of the solar arrays. The solar arrays are mounted up to the up on the side of the telescope, and the plan is to manually release those and deploy them to the down position. Ken Bowersox, the pilot, is currently in control of the robot arm.
Yep, I can see counterclockwise the way to go.
I believe it's clockwise, right?
Oh, that's right. Yep. Yep, that'll pull those rods in.
And Houston Endeavour?
Go ahead, Tom.
Yeah, do the guys have a go to give a little manual assist when they start, or do you just want to let the mechanism try to break it free if that's what's holding it?
Now you have a go to manually assist.
Okay.
Now down a foot shot.
Down one.
And Tom, just to make sure we're clear on that, when the torque limiter slips, that's when we would like you to manually assist.
Roger that, Greg. Thanks.
Foot shot's now in towards the telescope.
Okay.
Let me get down out of the way here. Watch.
Endeavour Houston, we'd like DAP Bravo now, please.
In a little closer and down a little, son.
Okay, fine. Okay, hang on for a second. We want to get pre-drift before we start story.
Okay. I wouldn't, yeah. I'd never leave without you.
And of course, story, they want it to go as slow as possible, right?
Well, they got the right man.
Not true.
While you're waiting, Story, your lights on.
Thank you.
Off. One
Jeff. And Houston, we're ready to go free drift.
We are go.
Okay, Story, we're free drift. There we go.
Free drift means that up on the flight deck, the commander is inhibiting any thruster jet firings during this operation.
It's out of the launch.
And Kyle, you mentioned a comment about free drift there. Normally, when the vehicle is up in space going around on orbit, it has a digital autopilot, which is computer controlled, and at the touch of a button, you can go into various modes of control. And we have one button that actually says free on it, and that button, once pushed, as you said, inhibits the thruster firing and allows the vehicle to just drift, if you will, and there's no control of its attitude. At the start of a free drift period, though, it's usually the case where the vehicle is very stable, so there is not much drift, and there's only a slow degradation of the attitude that you originally start from.
We're going to have socks kind of lay you down on your back like KT had to get to stay under that. Okay. Looks like you ought to be clear from right there, Story, if you can work from that position. Okay. And Jeff, your backpack's pretty close to the telescope there. You need to, if you can, get your feet down, I think. Bring me a little forward, please, Socks. Yeah, that looks better, guys. A little forward, please. Hey, Jeff?
Yes.
You want to ease up to your left and take a lot of time and go look at that micro switch guard? I imagine Houston would like to have it pushed out of the way while we're here.
That will go real slow.
Endeavour Houston, Tom, we do not want the micro switch guard moved. Leave it as is.
Okay. Okay, copy, Greg.
Okay, I'll stay here.
And Jeff, you've got the best view there of the array and the arm. No interference coming on down, is there?
That's fine.
Okay.
Endeavour Houston with you through Diego.
Roger, roger.
And Kyle, just before we lost our video picture, I thought I had seen the solar array on the minus V2 side actually down, almost completely down in the deployed position. I wasn't sure, but I believe that's the case.
I do pop the torque limiter.
Of course, this is a manual deploy that the crew is performing, and just when we lost the signal, the orbiter moved out of range of our communication signal. We hopefully will reacquire that television link in about 2.5 minutes or so.
Stand by one.
I'm in a good stop there. Copy.
Endeavour Houston, we see a good deploy. No further action on that one. Good job.
Okay, no
Story. Good job. Hey, you guys, we're going to back you up. We're going to rotate and let you do it one more time, okay?
Okay, and I think we need to go down first, Tom. Box.
Yeah, I agree, Story. I'll take you down.
And Greg,
With
counterclockwise to the hard stop, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
now that the one of the solar array drive primary deploy mechanisms is now in the deployed position, the telescope will be rotated about 180 degrees or so. This is about a 12-minute rotation. And Ken Bowersox will be moving the arm with the crew members on it away from the telescope before the rotation begins. Once the rotation is complete, they can manually deploy the other solar array primary deploy mechanism.
After this next array, we'll yeah. GHRS, I think, is first, and then magnetometers. They kind of changed on us here.
Right.
That's right, Tom. After the plus V2, then GHRS.
I guess while we're rotating here, Story?
Yes, I need a short adjustable extension.
Want to swap power tools?
Yeah. Be more effective that way.
And we could have Jeff go down and start getting the GHRS out, but I don't think there's much gain there. You're going to have to open doors.
Yeah.
Okay.
While the crew waits for the rotation.
We don't see any problem working GHRS from the 304-degree position.
Okay, Tom. Thanks a lot.
Story, I'm going to pass you back to Quad.
All right, thanks for the ride.
The telescope is now being rotated to the position so that they can reach the other solar array to drive it manually. And Mario, we're looking at the crew up on the manipulator foot restraint. Of course, they're both waiting there for that rotation.
For GHRS based on this rotation.
That is in work, Tom. You know, we're having a hard time keeping up with you guys. And we're working really well down here.
Yep, we know you are. It's working out good. Thanks a lot.
And we see the two crew members handing equipment back and forth to each other. Mario, you were commenting about the some of the equipment they're carrying up there with them in addition to their tools.
Yeah, Jeff, I noticed, had taken the opportunity to, they have a camera with them. It's a 35mm camera, and that's used to document some of the completion of the work that we do, photo documentation. We call them closeout photos after the installation to document for folks on the ground post-flight. They take photographs of the installation, or in the case of first opening something up, they would take pictures of how it exists when they arrived. In this case, I think, as you might have imagined, there are a few opportunities for the crew to take a break or a moment to catch their breath, so to speak. And Jeff had the camera out, and I imagine he was, since they're just waiting at this point, taking a picture of Story for posterity's sake, possibly with the Earth in the background.
Yeah, and a torque limiter. We can do this one right here. I'll put this on your power tool for you.
got it.
Yeah, thanks.
Endeavour, Houston.
Yeah, doing cool.
That's the one with the makeshift tether on it.
Yeah.
Endeavour, Houston, we'd like your new attitude to be just change your Omicron to 10-10.
You're pushing again.
And that will be when you come out of free drift after the plus V2 PDM. And we would like you to hold the opening of the doors till after sunset, if you would.
Okay, understand. Change Omicron to 010. We'll go to auto after the PDM deploy and not open the doors until after sunset.
It's good read back, Covey.
Wrapped around the bottom. Let me hold the other one, Troy, and you can work on it. I have it.
And a reminder, Covey, that would be DAP Alpha. It's DAP Alpha for the maneuver. Go ahead, KT.
We're on the end of travel micro switch, and I've been wanting to do that for a year.
You guys have pretty much done it all up there.
Okay, they're going to take you up and do that one more time, Store.
It's the French hook that caused the problem, Story, isn't it?
Yeah. I can't see beyond the trash bag. Well, I'm going to put it on the bench.
If you can take the power tool and let me get one stowed, I think I can see it.
Hold this tool.
What?
I can hold this tool if you want.
Well, let me put this one away. No point making it more difficult. Okay, now what I need you to do is to pull this out, okay? You see where the problem is? Got wrapped in the French hook. What a mess.
The telescope's now been rotated back around so that the two crew members can access the other solar array. Claude Nicollier now operating the shuttle's robot arm, and Kathy Thornton mentioned that she's been waiting a year to do that after training for this flight and simulators to actually get to rotate the actual telescope is what she was referring to.
Well, Kyle, she was referring to the hard stop. Normally there are devices on board any mechanism that we have, and there's that limits the travel, and when in the case of the telescope, when it rotates, it can only rotate so far. And we never really go to the hard stop as it is, so to speak. We always just go to a few degrees off of that. In this case, we went right to the hard stop for ease of access for the crew and moving the arm to the other side. And Kathy, in fun, has said she's been waiting to do that an entire year because they never let her do this before.
And once the crew completes this task of manually folding down the solar array, the telescope is in the proper position for the next task, which is to install the Goddard High Resolution Spectrograph Redundancy Kit, which is a series of cables to help improve the redundancy of that operation of that science instrument.
Put the trash bag on the MFR here?
Yeah.
Well, okay,
I'll see bayonet somewhere. This box my bag.
Okay, you guys ready to head into the solar array store?
Yes, sir.
now I have to give you...
I can give you this retractable tool.
I need to give you this to tether off your power tool.
Okay.
Now you have to undo the French hook on your old power tool.
Okay. That was the problem. It quit. Didn't tether so good. Alright, you want a retractable tether? Maybe you don't want one. I'll keep it. Need one?
Well, why don't you keep it if you need it? I have a few on the MFR here.
Okay, I'll keep it.
I guess we're ready for work again.
Yeah. Bring me down low, please, Claude. Okay, low, sorry. And you can leave me right at the connectors, the PDM there. Okay. I guess maybe you can roll me over backwards a little. See my stance in here. Okay. Yeah, roll me over backwards, I'll get the stanchion down. Still a torque of 5. Still tighten. Roger. Dark staying right down there, see it? Solar array. Stories at the proper height? Yes, it looks down, we can go down just a little bit more, Claude. Okay, down a little more. It'll take me over there to the PDM. Okay, I'm fishing you up some. Have I got to go to do that, Tom, when I get there? So you do. We're in free drift. Okay. Give me some guidance, Story. Okay. Wind about a foot and a half. Need a foot and a half. Keep going, Claude. Keep going. You got a foot and a half in the telescope. Go up 6 inches, too. That's good. Now up 6 inches. That's good, Claude. Okay. Do you see it moving, Story? Hey. Incredible. You saw me. I'm just on the mushroom with fingertips.
In progress, the manual deploy of the second solar array down to the open position. The secondary drive mechanisms that actually roll out the new solar array blankets is not done until after this EVA is completed, or this spacewalk. The payload community commenting that they are relieved to see this solar array being opened. Okay, I'm at a nice soft stop, Tom.
Okay, copy, Houston.
We copy, Tom.
Okay, we're going to start taking GHRS, guys. We'll hang around a second till Houston says they see it deployed, I guess, Store.
Ready?
That's firm, Tom. We see a good deploy.
Great. All right, good job, guys. Well, let's head down and thank GHRS. Houston, we're going to go A auto burns if you agree.
You want to go for that, Covey?
Take me down and away from the solar array, please, one.
Okay, I'll do that, sir.
Away from the telescope, too, all at once. Beautiful. Okay, so at this point I'm going to have to jump off. That's probably the first thing, right, Tom?
Say again.
For me to jump off.
Yeah, and I think it'd probably work better, Jeff, if you jump off at the SOAP and start getting GHRS ready, and Story maybe go put Sadie up, or you think it'll be okay there till the end of the day, Story?
If there's time, put it away. If there's not, we can live with it. I've got to just go down and get my tether here.
Why don't we tether it off, the MFR, to there near the SOAP for right now, Jeff?
The Sadie?
Yeah.
Good idea.
And then you get GHRS and Story can, of course, we can't start opening doors for about 10 minutes till darkness, Store.
Hey?
Maybe you'd have time to put Sadie up.
Okay, let's do it.
All right.
Okay, I'm going to head down to the bottom here, Story. Hey, I'll put up
sill where your tether is, okay?
Oh, okay. I was just going to grab on.
It's right under your right arm. You want to go back to the lope?
Just so long as I can grab something.
Okay, there you are. Yeah.
Okay.
With about 10 minutes to go before the orbiter moves into sunset or darkness, that's the point at which the crew's been given a go to proceed with opening.
And just a reminder, you go to open all the latches on the door for the GHRS with the exception of one, so you don't open it till sunset.
Okay, thanks, Greg, for that.
In the meantime, the crew will move back down to the orbital replacement unit carrier. They'll plan on opening all of the latches on the door except for one until they reach sunset.
Yeah, let's tether Sadie off here and try to get GHRS started.
I'm going to come up to you and give you your tether back. I think it's maybe behind me. I can't tell. Okay. Because I'm trying to reach for it and I can't.
Let me find it. Let me work here. This one here. Okay. Over here.
That's the one on my right side here.
Okay.
That's yours.
Cost bringing you inboard some, guys.
Okay. Let us just stop here a second. Let me spin them around.
It's in your hands, Troy.
Okay. And here we got you are tethered to your slider, right?
I am.
Okay. Let me keep turning you. I'm going to turn you a little more. I have you.
Okay.
I got you. Okay, I'll turn you back this way. Tether's underneath you now.
Okay.
Okay.
You have your tether back now.
Okay.
Okay. I'll go get GHRS.
Story, we're going to move you back over the lope where you can hand the old Sadie off to Jeff to maybe tether to the top of the lope.
Okay.
I think we want it out of the way when we're doing MSS, don't you?
Put one of your extra tethers on it then, Story.
I want to verify I got a good hook on here. But we'll do it sometime.
Well, let's see. You're up to your waist tether, right?
Looks good, Story.
Okay.
Yes. How you got it on there so clean. I always get it hooked into one of the other hooks, but you got it in the D-ring.
I have the Sadie on retractable and also on an adjustable.
Ready? Oh, I got you. I don't need the hook onto it. You get the adjustable off?
That's what I'm going to do. I'll bring that down. up all the way.
Let the retractable go, and I'll head for GHRS.
Wait just a moment. Finish the tethering.
Hey, torque 23.
Okay.
Hey, take me to G. Are you ready for me to leave? You ready for me to depart, Jeff?
I'm finished.
Okay. Roger, you can take me GHRS doors.
Okay, take you to the GHRS door.
Torque 23, PT4. Wilson.
Roger.
I'll leave the handlebar to last.
Right. Yep, we gotta go right now to work on any of them but the handle.
Okay.
And Story Claude thinks a yaw of 90 right when you get turned around would work out good for him.
Okay.
Endeavour is beginning to move into darkness as the orbiter approaches the equator to begin the 105th orbit of the mission, traveling to the northeast across the Pacific Ocean.
Endeavour Houston, the GHRS is ready and awaiting.
Okay, thanks a lot, Greg. You copy, Story? Yeah?
The Space Telescope Operations Control Center has turned off any electrical connections or any electrical power to the Goddard High Resolution Spectrograph. And the crew's been given a go to install the redundancy kit, the cabling kit that was designed for this task once they get the doors open. There's 4 latches on the doors that protect the instrument along with the faint object spectrograph.
Okay, I might as well start at the top here. Claude, 23. R204, verified loosened. Doing great, Claude. Doing marvelous. A little high. Little to my right.
You're all right, okay.
Yeah.
Endeavour Houston, be advised that we will be sending the commands in the next few minutes to unlatch the high gain antennas. We'll give you a 30 seconds to motion call.
Okay, thanks for the heads up, Greg.
Right. Over to the right, Claude. Beamer at the wrong boat. That's good, Claude.
Okay. We don't want to open those again, do we?
We're not coming back to the soap. I'm trying to remember if I'm supposed to close it out here.
That's affirmative.
Okay.
Kind of just, yeah, and I think that'll work okay time-wise here too, Jeff.
And I did get the J-hook on it.
Great.
Pretty easy, but it's there.
Top one done. Take a look at what's happening to the...
Okay.
Nothing. Right, still right there. Now down, please, Claude.
Down.
Go all the way to the bottom. Just straight down.
Okay, I may have to roll you some when I get close to the bottom.
Okay.
Yeah, the arm's going to be kind of right above you now, Jeff, so don't come up any, okay?
I'm securely tethered down here with my mini workstation tether, so I'm not going anywhere.
Okay, and the camera's off your left shoulder on the arm, Jeff. Pretty close to you, Jeff.
Okay.
You can roll me right, it'll be fine, Claude.
Okay, I'm fine. Close clearance with Jeff behind you.
Okay, you can raise me up if you like.
I can move if you need me to.
Raise me up and roll me right, be fine.
Okay.
No closer to the telescope. We got it back away from the telescope, Claude.
Hey, Jeff, can you come forward just a little? Got any problem?
Forward in the bay?
Yes. There you go. That helps.
That's interesting. I put lots of turns on that lower
Endeavour
right
Houston,
bolt.
30
Doesn't
seconds
seem
to motion on the high gains.
Got tighter. Let me try another one.
Copy, Houston.
What do you say?
A little bit to the right, Claude.
So,
To the right.
copy that, Greg.
And that was the latches, KT, just to make sure we're all in sync.
Okay, thanks.
Stop.
Yeah. Up. Say again.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Just easing into the soft stop. At the soft stop.
Still getting about 8 turns, Store?
Yeah, that's all we're doing.
All right.
And move me to my left, Claude.
Say that again, sorry.
My left.
Okay.
No, we can't go down yet, is that right?
You can come down maybe a little bit.
Trying to get down, look at the striker plate, no.
I don't think you're going to be able to get that low, Story.
Okay.
Well, we were going to wait for, and I was going to look at it if it came over. I can move over now, and if you want, and we can finish the soap later.
No, we still got a couple more bolts to go, right, Store?
Yeah. That one has got, it's closed so much that I can't, I've got the bolt all the way back, but I can't open it. I'll go up and get the next two. I'll go up, please.
So did it up now? Did it try to kind of pushing out on your, Story?
It's pushed together still, so it's holding itself in there. In other words, the door is not trying to pull apart. The door is pushed together, and that holds that little bolt there.
Okay.
And I get this one out of work. A little back off the telescope, please, Claude. A little.
Okay, you have only 45 degree MFR. You're to the right. You want to go 90? or you prefer to keep that?
I can do anything you'd like. This is fine.
Okay.
I'll go to the right a little bit.
Now, Story, I think not, if you'd yaw another notch, it'd help Claude out a little.
Okay. And back away from the telescope, Claude.
Okay, I'll back away.
You want me to yaw right?
While Story Musgrave continues opening the latches on the protective doors for the Goddard High Resolution Spectrograph, the Space Telescope Operations Control Center.
Latches are released.
Copy, Greg.
And as reported by astronaut Greg Harbaugh here in Mission Control, the high gain antenna latches are open.
One bit of good news for you. The stock and the HST project folks report that the DF and the coprocessor are considered operational. They've checked it out, no hardware problems at all.
That's great news, Greg. You know how you feel when you hear something like that, right?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, we sure know.
And those words to the crew on the coprocessor, the ground does confirm that the coprocessor, which was installed to enhance the speed and the memory of the onboard computer, is now declared operational by the Hubble Space Telescope project. There'll be no further action required of the crew for that instrument, which was installed at the as the last item of yesterday's spacewalk by Kathy Thornton and Tom Akers.
And you could tell, Kyle, by Tom's reaction to that news that he was really appreciative of that since he and KT were the ones to install it. Hearing that there might have been some problem with the coprocessor was probably a bit disturbing to them, but hearing the good news, it alleviated that. And it also goes to show you how complicated some of these systems are, and in that there was a communications problem as data passed through the box that made the box suspect, but it turned out that there weren't any hardware or software problems with the box, and it was just in the communications in and out of the box that caused the problem.
4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Touch the phone.
And Jeff, you got all the soap bolts torqued to 10, right?
I have 3 so far.
Okay, sorry.
Endeavour Houston, minute and a half to early handover.
Right.
All right, Claude, now to the left a little bit.
Go to the left.
The handle won't orient to the other side.
Okay.
Go for doors right now. I must see it dark.
Okay.
Okay, stop, Claude.
Stop. Want to get a little closer in?
Sure.
Is that okay, sorry?
That's good, Claude.
And Tom, just looking ahead, this power drill is having trouble pulling 10. I have to give it a manual assist. There's no way we're going to get 23. And I confirm 5 soap bolts. THRS.
Okay, well, we'll swap out power tools, keep using the one that works.
Well, either that or I can take the Essex wrench, might even be easier.
Right behind you, he can hand you what you need.
Okay.
I could pitch down in and do the box.
That's another possibility.
Now,
Let me see where you are.
oh, that one came undone. I'm about ready to open doors. Route to my right, please.
You're right. Houston, Endeavour, you copy. The soap is closed out for the rest of the flight.
Yes, sir, we copy. And Tom, you got a little bit of a squeal if you check that.
While you open it.
Okay, thanks.
Stop close.
They sort of jumped out, didn't they?
Yes, and they're supposed to do that. What they're supposed to do.
Yeah.
Why don't you look,
Can you move out a little? Skinny, I can't get up.
okay. You want to
take you out and pitch you down, Story.
No, I'm all done.
Okay.
You can just move away.
Okay, move away. Do you want to see how they're going to go back together while you're there,
Okay.
Store?
Well, Jeff was wanting to have me out of here.
No, I just, you wanted me to have a look in. I thought,
Yeah.
I couldn't get up at all with.
See how they close using the handle, Story. If you close the handle, they're going to go in.
Okay. Got my tool away here.
Okay.
Endeavour Houston, we're going to be off the tail, Radicom for a while.
Roger.
Jeff Hoffman now moving back up to join Story Musgrave for the installation of the redundancy kit on the Goddard High Resolution Spectrograph.
When it's hitting.
He's closed out the small orbital replacement unit protective enclosure, one of the protective boxes that will no longer be opened for this flight. He's closed that out for the remainder of the mission.
All right, now try. Good. That looks good.
Got it made.
Let's check the top. Top on you. It's sort of sticking out, isn't it? It's not going in.
I'll have to go up and look at it.
Why don't you do that?
Okay, we want to do all that now. We're going to have to do it sometime. Anyway.
Yeah, we kind of know what to expect, Story. Why don't you jump up a couple of feet and take a look? It looks good from here.
I can see a gap along the seal.
I got to pin this.
Okay, Story.
Let's put the pin back in here.
Oh no, it'll be okay. I can see it. It's moved in as you move the handle a little bit more, Story.
That's what they wanted us to do.
Yeah.
Kind of rocket.
Let's go.
All right, let's go for it.
Let me back down out of the way.
All right, Claude, you can move me away from the telescope. You're clear down there?
Okay, looks clear. I can take you away. You want to go with the left side or the right side, Story?
Just doing those because those guys really go.
Yep.
Okay. They do indeed.
I'll go to the left a little bit, Claude, and swing this door open. Okay, I'm good right here, Claude.
Okay. And Story, I think from what we learned about these doors, we don't have to worry about tethers, right?
That's right. They're very easy, but they don't go anywhere.
Roger. About 11 minutes to sunrise, Jeff. I'll try to keep the light in there for you.
Okay.
I can light him up too.
How's it looking there, Store?
Just taking a quick look around.
It looks good, Tom.
That pretty new RSU there.
Sure, they're working too.
Okay. Taking it real easy.
You want me to come in and grab your backpack, Jeff, and hold you? You want me to restrain you, Jeff?
Can you do that?
Of course I can. Yes?
Okay.
Stop, please.
Story Musgrave on the end of the robot arm will assist Jeff Hoffman, who is now inside the aft shroud bay, preparing to install the cabling kit, the redundancy kit for the Goddard high resolution spectrograph.
And we can see Story on the end of the arm giving Jeff an assist by giving him some stability by holding him steady as he does the task. It's very difficult when you're in space to work on something free-floating. The ideal thing is to be restrained, as the EVA crew member at the end of the arm always is, but the free floater has a little bit more of a difficult time. So in the teamwork that they've orchestrated, Jeff gets a little bit of an assist from Story, and that stabilizing that Story does will help Jeff accomplish the task a little bit more quickly.
Well, we saw nearly the same activity on the first spacewalk, only in that case Story was restrained by a foot restraint that they mounted, and he was on his back, and this time Jeff's on his front installing this kit, and instead of being restrained, the foot restraint, I guess Story's holding on to him a little bit.
That's right. When Jeff was in the when Story was in the foot restraint, he was kind of bent over backwards, looking up and working on the units. But in this case, we don't have the foot restraint here, and the units are down on the bottom relative to where Story and Jeff are of the telescope. So he's facing down rather than facing up. So the foot restraint wouldn't be helpful here, although the helping hand, if you will, would be.
And of course, this is a much simpler task compared to installation of the rate sensor units that was conducted on the first day. This one's scheduled to take only about an hour, whereas those were scheduled to take somewhere around 2 to 3 hours.
Essentially, that's correct. And this particular device that is being installed, actually, it's not a device. It's a cable to bypass some electronics, and it you know, if I were to draw an analogy to something on the ground, it's almost not quite that simple, like installing an extension cord on something, but the plug-in device is not as easy. It's more like the RS-232 connectors that we were talking about earlier, where there is a, you don't just attach, you have to secure them then after you make the connection.
But we'll go with it.
Okay. And I'm pushing to keep you off it.
Okay. Okay, I'm in a good working position now. Okay, first I'm going to go for J1. Let me try to find that. J1.
Go into the telescope a little more, Claude.
Okay, install.
Yeah.
Want to come down also some, or it's
Yes, I take down some too. That's good.
stop.
No, you're not going nowhere, Mr. Hoffman.
Okay.
My fist in your back.
Okay. That's made. Now let me get the other side. I don't really like this position, Story. Okay. I got my arms around. Let's try the other one which I had in the water with my feet up there.
Okay, fine.
Let's come out of here.
Now, okay.
Because everything is stiffer in here.
Okay, fine, Jeff. Now, you want me to turn you?
Well, I have to get my foot out.
Okay. I'm resisting because I'm keeping you off of the guide.
No problem.
Now you're clear of the guide.
Okay.
You want me to turn you upside down?
I can do it. I have these handles.
Okay.
Just guide me. And then if you just hold me.
I'll hold you. Tell me what to do.
Yeah, I like this better because I can get my hands on it.
Okay. Want to be right there?
You push me in. Push my head in.
Okay. Want to go down and in, please, Claude?
Okay, down it.
I want to get my head.
Yeah, but you can't go that way now. When I'm resisting you, it's waveguide. You want to go in now? Okay. You want to go head in? Yes. Low down, please, Claude.
Down.
Keep her going down, Claude.
Okay, J1 is made. that.
Okay, cancel.
Okay. Now J1.
You want me to push you in, Jeff? I guess I'm doing all right then, huh?
Yeah.
Okay.
There we go. All right, now J1 is properly made. Now I'm going to go for 2.
Okay, and all the connectors and pins are looking good, right, Jeff?
They look good. I'm going to go for 3 now. The other's old one.
Roger.
Okay. Thank you, Story.
When you call a number, it means you made both ends, right? One to the GHRS and one to the
So the
telescope.
first one I do is the one to the GHRS repair kit.
Right.
Okay? And that's going into the telescope. Now I'm going to go from the repair kit to the GHRS.
Okay.
That's this one. This is real nice with you holding me, Story. Although what... Can you bring me...
I can do whatever you want.
I've got to get up here, and I can't see it. If you can bring me up.
Well, I'll put some lights on it then, Jim. See? Just gotta ask. I like the light now.
It's a long reach.
Okay, I'll get you up there.
But I can get it. I can get it. Okay. That went on real nice. Okay. P3 is now attached to the GHRS. We have 2 guides on the inside.
That's right. Go
Okay.
on the right.
I'm now going for number 4.
Roger. Top left, right?
Correct. I'm taking the one off the GHRS. Does look good. Okay. Firmly made. I'm going to put J4, which is black, onto J4. Roger. Copy. Quick in place. Okay. Double check all the connectors. Connectors are tight. Now let me wrap the tether around.
Okay, so all 4 connectors to HSP are tight, right, Jeff?
I checked all 4 connectors to the GHRS.
That's what I mean, GHRS, yeah.
And then the connectors between the GHRS, the telescope, and the GHRS repair kit.
I can see all 4, Tom. I watched him double check them.
Okie doke.
4 to GHRS and 4 going to the telescope. Wrap around and go back to P1 itself.
Do I have them all in there, Story?
All what?
All the wires. I'm just 1, 2, 3.
And there's a P2 strap too that goes straight to P2.
Yeah, I'll get that. You get the P1.
Hey, it's getting daylight. Get your lights off if you can.
Okay, let me tighten up the P1. Problem with these tethers is that you have to be able to squeeze them with both hands. Tighten them up. I don't want to hurt anything. Seems to me that's a well-secure Story. That's not going anywhere.
Now it's off the floor. Now we got some sunlight. We can get some end effector TV too.
I need to go up here to get this wrench hook off.
You want something? Tell me what you want.
No, I'm okay. I'm talking to myself. I shouldn't.
Hey?
Houston, Endeavour, do you have our next maneuver and the not later than maneuver time in case we're still working the doors?
Okay, slide me out where I have visibility of the P2.
Do what?
Slide me to where I can see the P2 connector. Excuse me, that's right here. I can see it.
Hey?
I was looking upside down. It's actually not taking any strain relief at all. The cables are so tight.
Yeah, that was where.
Okay.
I think we'll go for GHRS aliveness, Tom.
Okay, and Story, the P1 strap's got everything up off the floor, right?
Yes, it does.
Cables are pretty well straightened out and look good, right?
Yep.
And we'll get some end effector TV here.
Okay, Houston, you got to go for aliveness on GHRS.
Okay, Tom, we copy. We'll put it in work. And for Covey, we've got an Omicron of 170, maneuver time 23:10. That is if the doors are not closed out by sunset.
Okay, understand Omicron 170, maneuver not later than 2310 if the doors are not closed.
And Covey, that's if the doors aren't closed 15 minutes prior to sunset.
Okay, now we talked that boat.
Okay, I'm going limp. Why don't you pull me out of here?
Okay, we're going to torque that boat to 23.
Yeah, I need to get your Essex wrench to do that. Or your power tool.
Oh, I'll just hand it over to you.
Okay, but pull me out of here first.
Okay, Claude, let's take that jet out.
Okay. And Story, procedures call for an inspection of the waveguide, but you said you never got close to it, right?
No, sir, but we'll inspect it.
Yep.
Okay, let me turn you over so you can look at the waveguide.
I'm just holding up.
As Endeavour moves into sunrise, as it passes across the Atlantic Ocean, the crew members reporting they're done with the installation of the redundancy kit or the repair kit for the Goddard High Resolution Spectrograph. The Space Telescope Operation Control Center in the process of ground commanding an aliveness test, which is an electrical check to ensure that electricity is reaching that new cabling kit.
All right.
Okay?
Okay, let me control myself now, Story. You got it? Let go.
You never touched it, Jeff, so it can't be hurt.
That's fine.
Okay, thanks.
Hey, we got to torque that boat. You want me to hand your power tool?
Yeah, let me get in position.
Want me to do that?
Can you reach it?
I can do the bolt. You want me to do the bolt?
If you can do the bolt, it's much better to put 23 foot-pounds from the MFR than for me with my feet flailing around in here.
I'll do the bolt.
I'll move out of the way.
Pitch me down into cavity, please, Claude. 23, PT4, Titan. Now into the cavity, Claude.
Out of your way.
Okay, inside.
Stop, please. No. Stop, Claude.
Stop.
Tight. 23, 4. Pop. You saw pop, right?
I saw pop.
That's done. Next is end effector TV. You back to that little, Claude?
Okay, we can do that. Hey, Jeff, something that you might be thinking about looking at where MSS is going to be from us, that you may want to be tethered to the arm again, not on the slide bar.
Oh, you bet. I was
Okay.
planning to jump back on the arm.
Okay.
Same way.
All right.
I'm ready to do it.
Can I take you out for the end effector video?
Yes, sure can, Claude. We're done in there.
Well, they're doing end effector video, Tom.
Take the shady and close out the coat.
That's what I was thinking.
And Story, did you torque the bolt 23?
Yes, sir, I did. I called it out too, Tom.
Okay, sorry, thanks.
While Claude Nicollier pulls Story Musgrave away from the opening to get some camera video from the end effector camera on the end of the robot arm, Jeff Hoffman will take the opportunity to move back down to the protective enclosure, install the old solar array drive electronics box that was removed in the protective enclosure, and lock it up for the remainder of the flight.
They have to come around and...
Yes, sir, Tom, will you help me?
Okay. Right where I'm pointing is where you want to get.
Okay, I'm not so sure I'll be able to get there, but I'll try.
Now it's carefully checked by 2 people.
Hey, Store.
Uh-huh.
You know, the other day I forgot to have you double check the FGS seals there. While you're there, why don't you fill that square for me?
Oh, again?
Yeah, there was a call out to have you double check after you closed that there weren't any light leaks.
Looks very good.
Okay, I feel better.
That plate looks good, too. That's my buddy up there.
Now Sue can't holler at me when I get home.
He wouldn't holler at you anyway.
Sue says that's right. She's watching.
Hey,
Well,
Sue.
she was.
Hey, Sue, how are you? Doing Jim and Jeff and Linda and everybody. Ask her,
Jim?
ask her if you got my note.
That is affirmative.
Hey?
And, Story, we got a great view of you from the elbow camera if you want to take a look and give us a wave.
Like my note said to everyone down there, that all you EVA folks, you're in our hearts, you're in our hands. What we've done and what we're going to do is simply a reflection of what you've given to us.
Roger that, Story.
Story Musgrave referencing Sue Rainwater, who's the lead EVA officer here in Mission Control. She's primarily on the consoles during the spacewalks.
And the EVA folks appreciate the message.
Sure deserve it.
She's one member of the training team in terms of all of these tasks that the crew has accomplished and carrying out throughout these 5 scheduled spacewalks.
And Kyle, while we have a good close-up of Story, folks can see some of the tools that he has on what we call the mini workstation, which is on his front, on his chest pack there, his power drive unit there for the power tool, and some of his tethers attached. And on his wrists, on his left wrist, you can see there's a small mirror that you use to read the front panel, because you can't read on your chest, so that mirror is used to read some of the controls on the front of your chest pack there, and believe it or not, the controls are written backwards so that they show to you in the mirror in their proper fashion.
One of the ways, I guess, to compensate for the limitations of the suit, the mini workstation, I guess, is likened to a tool belt that a carpenter might wear. However, on the spacesuits, I guess you really can't reach it if it was down that low.
Well, actually, it's a convenient place to put things because it is the most comfortable place to work. In the suit, you have a very small work envelope, and for you to do useful tasks without tiring yourself out and getting your arms fatigued, you tend to do most of the work or all of the work in front of you, right in front of your chest. So things tend to that's where we tend to want to put things, and that's why the mini workstation was designed there. If I may draw an analogy, it's like trying to work with your arms over your head, like screwing in a light bulb or changing out a bolt that's over your head. If you have to remain in that position for an extended period of time, your arms are going to tire very quickly, and it's kind of like that in the suit in any direction other than immediately in front of your chest pack.
End effector video now.
Compliments of Claude Nicollier, commonly known as Clyde.
You ready to close the doors now?
What's that?
Let two down.
Howard got maybe 30 more seconds. here, Store.
Okay.
Getting real good end effector view. Really looks good in there.
Okay, torque 23, 4, Titan.
Endeavour Houston, we've got great videos, and the payloads folks are happy with it. Be advised that we have a good GHRS aliveness test.
All right. Make some of my astronomer friends happy. Great. Great news.
Hey, Store, you ready to go to work?
Am I ready to go to work? Yeah, Claude, you want to bring me the left door over here? I'll close it.
Okay, after that?
How do you want me to be yard, Claude?
Okay, hold on a second. Yo-yo is fine, I guess.
Okay.
No, I'd rather take 90 right, and I'll put you in the same position as before.
Okay.
Do you want me to put this cover on top of Sadie?
Hey, look out here. What, you mean the phone?
Yeah.
Yeah, they want it back on.
Okay, I'm going to have to I'll put Sadie in at 90 degrees here.
Okay.
Turn it around.
Okay, now we'll go get the other door. Move just a little bit away from the telescope, Claude. Just a little bit further away, Claude.
Hey, Store.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, when you brought those PDMs down, did you feel any resistance when you first started, like they were stuck?
Well, I felt just a touch more resistance, you know, than the free floating, which they do on the way down. But I did it with a mushroom. I did a fingertip with a mushroom. I never used, that's good, Claude. I never used the wrench. You know what I mean?
Yep.
Fingertip with a mushroom.
Okay.
That's good, Claude, right there.
Okay.
Now to the right, Claude.
To the right.
Stop. And I've got to walk that bottom striker plate. Now, I got a two-person job here.
I'll be over in just a moment, Story. I won't make all the bolts. I'll just close it.
Okay. I need the right flight needs the same kind of encouragement. I'm just going to wait for you to get here. Just a little cycling still. I could go down and get it, but then I can't do this, so it's a two-person job. Tom, should I pick him up where he's configuring his tether and getting on board here? Or go do magnetometers?
That's probably a good idea, Story. Why don't you come over and pick him up, and then you guys go close that door. We know it's going to close.
Okay. And, yeah, just tell Claude to take me where I'm going to wherever I'm going to pick up Jeff.
Okay, Story.
Uh-huh.
Okay, I'll bring you to the lope, Story.
Okay.
Good job, Jeff.
We're 30 foot away. Tape is not yet closed.
Roger.
All 5 day hooks are sort of in place, so they're ready to just be torqued down.
Endeavour Houston for Covey.
Hey, Story. Go ahead, Houston.
Covey, the no later than maneuver time is now 23:18 if you think that you won't have the doors closed by sunset minus 15 minutes.
Okay, understand. 23:18 for a no later than maneuver time. If we don't think we'll have the doors closed and latched by 15 minutes before sunset, which by my clock is in about 25 minutes. Hey, Jeff, why don't you just go ahead and jump on with Story right there and let's get the doors closed, and then we can configure tethers while KT rotates to MSS.
Sounds good.
That's good readback,
I
Covey.
won't bother to climb up. Let's just drive over. Right.
Okay, Claude. Take us to the doors.
To the door.
You can drop Jeff off down at the aft skirt handrail.
Okay.
You want me to stay 90 right, Claude?
No, you can stay if you are. Let's say 0 degrees will be fine.
Ready? I'll wait till Jeff gets off, of course.
Okay.
Okay.
Now you can take me up to the handle bolt and I'll go back here.
Okay, yeah, when we closed it before, I just gave this a little nudge.
That'll do it. But I sure didn't want to put any,
You bet. Feels like you may be pushing on me.
no, I'm nowhere near you. That's a TA.
Okay. Thank you.
You take me a little bit away.
Okay, well, I'm not going to push until you tell me you're ready.
I'm not even on the handle yet.
Yeah, I'll just wait. Hang out.
And my MFR is going to be above you here.
You don't want to come up any, Jeff?
That was a statement, I assume, not a question.
Roger.
Okay, Jeff. I'm starting to walk the doors. I'll walk them.
Bottom feels good.
Looks good. I'll put the tip pin in and go look at the top. Tip pin's in. Bring me up just a touch, Claude.
Okay.
About a foot.
Half a foot.
Looks
good. See? 3. I don't know about this side.
Well, I haven't. Yeah, it's nice.
Okay.
It moves nice. It just keeps bolting down, I think.
Yeah, it does not feel like the other one. That's just...
All right. Mark 23-4, tighten. Can you bring me down now, please, Claude? I got to do the handle bolt. Tighten it up first.
Okay, down.
Down and a little to the left, Claude.
Okay, to the left.
I'm coming this way, Jeff. Good, Claude. Now you can go in a little.
Good.
Stop.
Stop.
Verify tight. Verify. Finish up the job. It'll hold the door. Get the other bolts now. Now down, please, Claude.
Down.
Yeah, the pop's coming in just fine. Sorry.
Yeah. I gotta drop these other guys in and finish the handle bolt. Good, Claude. We'll get this bottom one in.
Hey, Jeff, I hate to make you go work, but would you mind coming and closing the cope out? Because we still have to rotate.
I'm going to do that.
Get us a little ahead.
I'm on my way down.
Okay, thanks.
Good, Claude. I gotta tighten this guy a little bit.
Useful work is what we're here for, right?
A little bit to my
You
right,
guys have done a
Claude.
lot of it today.
A little bit to my right, Claude.
Feel right?
I'm not tightening this bolt, Tom. I'm just tightening it up so it won't fall out on me.
Out your store.
Then I'll go finish the handle bolt. Good, Claude.
Stop.
That ought to hold it. Let's go up, finish up the handle bolt. Go up here to the handle, Claude.
Okay, just come up.
And when you get there, to the left.
Okay.
Good in altitude. Now just do the bit to the left.
To the left.
Down about a foot. Good. Now down a foot, Claude.
Down a foot.
A little more.
A little further down. Up.
Okay, talking this handle bolt 23. Hard stop.
Roger that.
I'll take these to home.
Got this nice hardware up here. Into the right now. About 3 feet. Back away from the telescope a foot. Back away from the telescope, please, Clem. That's good.
Story Musgrave on the end of the robot arm in the process of making the final latches and tightening the bolts on the protective doors to the Goddard High Resolution Spectrograph.
I'd very much appreciate it if someone could take a picture of us with Madagascar underneath.
Roger.
And Kyle, you just heard Jeff request a picture of Madagascar. Right now, Madagascar is directly below the orbiter, and it's in Sunglen, so it is probably quite a spectacular sight, particularly to Jeff right now, since he doesn't have the orbiter windows to look through. And those kind of views when you're EVA are quite memorable, and Jeff wants one probably for posterity's sake afterwards.
And the orbiter is moving to the southwest, just about to pass over the southern portions of Madagascar. This is the 105th orbit of the mission as Story Musgrave wraps up work on the closing out the doors that protect the science instruments, the Goddard High Resolution Spectrograph and the Faint Object Spectrograph.
Please, Claude. I'll get to the top.
And Kyle, you get a good feel for just what the configuration of the tool is, and notice
The maneuver is not required.
Roger that, Covey.
And notice that there's a tether attached to the tool. It's on a little retractable fishing line type arrangement, and that tether goes to Story's mini workstation in front of him. So he can pull out or in on the tool, and the retractable tether will allow as much line out as he needs, or tracked in what excess there would be. And that prevents the tool, if Story happens to have it slip out of his hand, from floating away.
Say again, Stuart.
I was just talking to Claude.
Okay.
Good right there.
Right.
1, 2, 4.
And
I got a retorque, everybody.
Roger.
Go down about, go down a couple feet. 1.
Okay.
And Kyle, in that sequence, you saw Story
Towards the top one.
tightening up the top bolt, and he had to use 2 hands to restrain
Please, Claude.
the power tool as the bolt approached its maximum torque.
And they want the handle bolt first.
And what happens is, after it reaches the maximum torque that is set in, it pops and gives a little bit of a snap, and then the drive mechanism releases. And that is a little strenuous for an EVA crew member, particularly if he's unrestrained. And we'll get another view of that here when he does this center bolt here.
tighten down a couple feet.
Okay, down and to the right.
Good flood.
And Kyle will get another good view of the power tool popping as it reaches maximum torque as Story tightens the bolt here in the upper portion of the screen.
Now down 3 feet, Claude. Down.
And the torque that's mentioned is actually a limiter that it prevents that that power tool from basically stripping that bolt, as sometimes happens without having that that capability.
Well, in this case, Kyle, there's a certain...
Your current attitude is not very good for KU. We would like you to go ahead and maneuver to the minus ZSI attitude, called out at 2250. That'll give us excellent KU coverage and also prepare us for the SDM deploys.
Okay, Tom, that's it.
Okay, Story. Copy all of them retorqued. That's good. Great job.
Yeah, I had these 3 at 23 when I did the top one. But that's all of them.
Endeavour Houston, did you copy my last on the attitude?
Yeah, we did. And we were just thinking about the effects it was going to have on our photography, but we'll go ahead and maneuver to the minus ZSI attitude.
All right, sir. And we're 45 seconds from handing down to Diego.
The telescope, please, Claude.
Okay, backing away.
Bolt torque to 10. Bolt is closed up.
Okay, copy. It's good timing, guys. Where do you want to meet Story to get on, Jeff?
I think where we did it before was just fine.
Endeavour Houston, we will not have Diego. We'll be handing over to you on the west at 2327.
Okay, and understand that with the minus CSI attitude, we won't be getting very good video for you for the magnetometers.
And the crew has, and the orbiter has moved out of range of our communication satellite network. This loss of signal period will last for about 3.5 minutes or so. Just before losing the signal, the payloads officer reported that he saw the crew getting into the procedure to rotate the telescope to the next position. In fact, the telescope will be rotated slightly and then tilted downward about 75 degrees to the position it was located at during the reboost burn that the orbiter conducted earlier in the cruise day. And that will be done to provide easy access by Story Musgrave and Jeff Hoffman to the top of the telescope where the magnetometers are located. This will give them an opportunity to install those insulation boxes that were fabricated yesterday by Ken Bowersox, the pilot, and Claude Nicollier, the mission specialist, in preparation for placing those protective insulation boxes over the old magnetometer sensor boxes to alleviate any concerns of contamination that may occur due to any atomic oxygen or ultraviolet light that may present any contamination that could impair the optics at the top of the telescope near the aperture door. That's a precautionary measure, and that is the next step for the crew to conduct.
And Kyle, that's the last scheduled activity of repair for the Hubble Space Telescope at this time. What remains after the MLI installation for the MSS is just a payload bay cleanup, and then the crew, after 5 long, hard days, the crews are about done with repairing the telescope. After that, I believe what remains is the deploy of the solar arrays and lowering of the high-gain antennas. And then after, I guess, some final checks, Hubble will be ready for reboost, or excuse me, for deploy.
And the last, those last activities that you just mentioned, Mario, are were at one time scheduled to occur while the crew was outside, and the project has rethought that in terms of the duration of today's spacewalk, which is approaching 5.5 hours, and the current planning is for the crew to go ahead and get back inside and not worry about being outside during the deploy of the secondary deploy mechanisms, which is basically rolling out the new solar array blankets and then deploying those high gain antennas.
Well,
I had a waste on this over here as well. Okay, good. So if you hook this over there, then I'll take the other end and hook it on.
earlier in the CVA, when the crew was working on the solar array deploy electronics units, they had fallen a little bit behind on the timeline because there were a few problems with some of the bolts with those units. They have since regained some of that time and are, I believe, are back on schedule or a little bit ahead of the new planned timeline.
Have to redo the lock probably up there.
I'm on it. I'm going to take your waste tether off on this side, and I'll confirm that you... Okay. Wait, that didn't... That's exactly what I didn't want to do. Okay. Now I'm going to go get... Do you want me to get the tool board now?
Yeah.
Okay.
Don't know how it got unlocked.
It just happened.
Methodical. You're on so we can head up.
No, I'm not untethered from the bottom yet.
All right.
Hold my legs, Story. Or my mini workstation or whatever.
Yeah.
I gotta be further around here.
Okay. Put you over there.
That's locked in.
Okay.
And then we just drop down and get untethered below.
on to magnetometer 2 first.
Okay, which is on the port side?
Yes, sir. Be on the right.
Okay, I'm untethered from the bottom. We're ready to go.
Okay. What kind of yaw do you want me to have, do you think, Claude?
Endeavour Houston, we're with you on the west. We had some Radicom there.
Roger, Houston, and while you were gone, Jeff completed closing out the cope, so it's completely closed out. They're both on the arm and heading up for the MSS task.
Roger that.
And I don't know if you copied or not, but the GHRS bay doors are also completely closed out and torqued and checked for light leaks.
Copy that, Tom. Thanks.
I'd take a tie wrap on a single tie wrap on a tether, please, Jeff.
Endeavour Houston, for Claude, recommend payload ID 5 for carrying 2 guys.
Okay, we'll do that.
And I need to get the needle nose pliers up here on the way up.
I haven't thought much about controlling these tie wraps yet.
Now, don't have that much more to do, really. Clear the solar array there, Clark. Yeah, I'll take one tie wrap at a time. Look at the horizon out there.
That's the tie wraps. Let me get a tether. I'll put it on the first one.
Back to the top of the telescope, Story Musgrave and Jeff Hoffman again to install some fabricated insulation boxes over the old magnetic sensing systems as the orbiter moves up the northwest coast of Australia.
370 miles away.
And Kyle, those two gentlemen on the end of that arm are having the view of their lives right now, looking over the top of the scope down at the Earth. You heard Story even remark about it. I can tell you this is probably a moment they'll remember for many, 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 many years to come.
Here comes one.
Okay, I'll take the needle nose pliers caddy. Here's a hook. Here's a tether to get a needle nose pliers.
Story, I would suggest MFI your 90 left, please.
Okay. You want us to move the stanchion in?
Yeah, you'll have to move the stanchion. I will pitch your body down by a wrist roll negative.
Okay, so let me have the tether. Okay, for the needle nose. And it came apart, I'm afraid.
All right. I had to tear it apart anyway.
There, are you ready?
watch our feet there.
Here it comes.
Got it.
There. Let's throw it.
Endeavour.
Go ahead, KT.
We're going to rotate some more clockwise to bring MSS2 closer to the front to give Claude some room to maneuver.
We copy. And we have got an unbelievable picture from the elbow camera right now.
Pretty impressive, isn't it?
The Australian Sharks Bay.
This is something else.
The India Ocean.
Oh my goodness.
Hey, you can look, Jeff. You can see the entire continent of Australia from here. See this? The whole thing.
And Kyle, for folks on the ground right now, the view is looking basically westward as the orbiter moves east. And we're coming up on Australia, is just coming into view right now.
I swear, you can see 3,000 miles from here.
Oh yeah.
Those are those fires. And you can just pass me one. I'll put my hook on a tie ramp here.
I had one ready out for you.
Okay, I'll work with that one then.
Well, where's the single one that I had?
Watch your feet, they were coming down in.
Yeah, but
And Kyle, the small peninsula just off to the upper left shoulder of Jeff Hoffman is the Northwest Cape on the west coast of Australia, and the island is Barrow Island as we move eastward across the northwest coast.
now let me open up the tether. Okay.
All right.
Got another one.
And only once before that folks can remember as the orbiter flown at this altitude, 320 nautical miles, and that was in April of 1990 when the STS-31 crew deployed the Hubble Space Telescope.
And Story, I understand the intention is that I will pitch you down with Ristro, so put the suspension wherever it needs to be.
Okay, Claude, that wrist roll will be fine.
And Kyle, the shiny area on the water off the coast is the reflection of the sun on the surface of the water, and that is what we call a sun glint pattern. And in sun glints, when we view the Earth, the surface of the Earth in sun glint, particularly over the oceans, there are usual quite interesting patterns and features we can see in the ocean. Some of those patterns, for example, are internal waves, that is, waves below the surface of the ocean. It's quite remarkable to see.
You ready to head in the MSS2 store?
Yes, sir, I am. They said you just keep rolling me down. Probably, should we move the stanchion, Jeff?
We want it away, don't we?
Yeah. It's stuck, though. It's been stuck.
Well, I think I got it.
Okay.
Wait.
Don't know what.
Let me move. Okay.
And the area of the coast just passing off the top of the screen now is 80 Mile Beach off the northwest coast of Australia.
Okay. It's in there. Now, would you rather have it on the outboard of you? Because if so, we've got to rotate it now before we get any closer. I think you're okay. I don't think
I
it's
think it's
a
better
problem.
this way, Story.
I like it, Claude.
If it outboard, it may interfere with the aperture door.
I like it, Claude.
Okay?
You like the double camera, Greg? A foot.
Okay, 1 foot down.
That helps you out too, doesn't it?
20 does, thanks.
3.
And still, good. I'm standing by with the procedures if you need anything, okay?
Okay, I think I got them in my head, but I'll sure read them off to you.
I'll just be looking over your shoulders.
Can you keep rolling me down, Claude? I know you're working hard, aren't you, Claude?
Is that okay now, Story?
Yeah, I need to be up a foot now.
Up a foot.
And then I'll need some more pitch down.
Okay, I'll give you more pitch down then.
They keep coming up.
Okay.
Keep coming up.
Okay.
Another 6 inches.
Okay, 6 inches.
Good, right there. Wonderful.
Right. You want to be pitched down still?
Yeah, you can pitch down here.
And Jeff, that high gain antenna is probably within your envelope off to your left there.
Good. There it is. Keep pitching me down and moving a little further, a little out away from the telescope.
Okay.
I'm going to put 2 tie wraps on around the legs and between the cable and the broomstick, Tom.
That's correct.
I'm going to just put them through 1 inch loosely.
Roger.
Then I'm going to put the little flap. I know you can't see, you got the sun in your eyes. I'm going to put the little flap on the outside that's down at the base. Rotate the MLI in between the old sensor and the new magnetometer and pass the slit over the wire.
Okay.
Once that's in place, I'm going to tighten the tie wraps.
Roger that.
And some more pitch down, Claude.
Okay, more pitch down.
Yeah, I go to body coordinates. How about little feet here? That's good on the pitch down, some feet. Let's go toward feet.
Okay, feet.
Some more, Claude. I know you're working hard. Keep going, Claude. Little more. Okay. Now in towards the telescope a little bit.
Okay, towards telescope.
Good. Right there.
Okay.
Okay. I'm going to pull this and lock off this retractable. A little closer to the telescope, Claude.
Okay, a little closer.
You are good, Claude.
Okay.
You are really good. Watching the power tool. Jeff, between the wire and the broomstick around the two handles.
Let me come around.
Watch the...
Yep, you're between the broomstick and the two handles. And the cable.
Yeah.
You're the broomstick and the cable.
Okay. Like I said, I put an inch real loose. And it's snug. I got an inch down. Snug.
What's your next one?
Can we go down? No, I'm fine, thanks, Claude. I'm beautiful. Yeah, until it from there. Put another one on the same way. She'll come to us. She'll come to us. I'm on it.
Hey. Get off. I'm off it now. I'll get a cover ready for you.
Hey? I probably could have helped you more now.
Not a problem.
Hey. I'm gonna go around both legs. Watch the mini power tool. I know you gotta move. Kind of move gentle. Gently.
Yes, right.
But what I don't want to do, I do not want to pass one tire out through the other. Because then I won't have freedom to position where I got the position. Right, Mr. Tom?
Roger that.
Got to keep them parallel. Don't want to loop through. Sun going down.
Need lights and we'll put some light on you.
Okay.
Visors up.
Thanks.
Endeavour just crossing the equator to begin the 106th orbit of the mission. The orbiter is moving from daylight into darkness as it makes a northeasterly track across the Pacific Ocean.
Second tie wrap is on. I put it in so it's snagged up. Secure. Okay. Turn the tiller off. Take a blanket.
Here's a blanket.
Blanket made by the commander. This flight. And the pilot. And
Bob and Claude.
They haven't sent you guys the bill yet either.
I can hold on here. That will keep the arm a little steadier. Sorry.
okay.
Well, that's about like RMS-1 at the NDS, isn't it? Way out at the end like this. Eagles around. the other tie wrap over the tether.
Same way I put this one over.
It's big enough, okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Tie that off.
And I want going real steady here. Mini workstation off here.
Hold on again.
Hey, you really got her? Good? Yeah, I like that. Hey, I'm scooting a little base flap. Underneath this tire. Hey, Tom?
Looks good.
Who came up with this idea? Nice.
Hey, Greg, you know who came up with this neat idea?
I'll find out for you, Tom.
I'm snugging down the one near the telescope end.
Working out okay, huh, Stuart?
Working out very nice, yes.
Endeavour
Right
Houston
on.
for Tom. Looks like Linda Thomas and Ron Sheffield led the charge on this.
Way to go.
All right.
Story?
Yes. What a team, boy. What a great team. Hey, you like that, Jeff?
Move your left arm so I can see it better.
Hey, touch this in. Look at that. Isn't that beautiful?
Looks nice.
See that?
Looks nice.
Just like the photograph they came up with.
Versus slow down.
Let me get this one now. Okay, starting to cinch down. Going away from the telescope. I guess a reasonable tightness is what we're after here, so we don't...
I don't think you need the needle nose, Story.
No, you don't. But I want a reasonable tightness such that I don't, really deform the MLI. I don't want to pull it down on things too tight. Right?
Roger, Store, and the procedure uses the word snugly enclosed, the old sensor box.
Yeah. Now, I've got to go look at the flaps and straighten the flaps out around the wire. How critical is that backside flap? Let me go look. Could you go down in the bay, please, Claude?
to cover the bases.
Oh, I got it. It's okay. It's down there.
And it's oriented away from HST, right? At the base of the old MSS.
Yeah. I'll go back up, please, son. Well, can y'all put the spot on that and look with the binoculars?
Yeah, I'm not sure we can see the 3-inch slit is in the proper place, but...
Oh, I think it's in the proper place. I just want to know if you wanted to look at it, look at what it looks like.
Okay. We trust you, but we're looking, okay?
See?
I can't see the upper side, sorry, but this side sure looks good.
You happy, Jeff?
It looks good. Yeah.
Endeavour Houston, we're satisfied. We'd like you to press if you can.
Okay, let's go to the next one, Store.
All right. 6 feet away from the telescope socks to start with.
Going up on Story, coming away. Hey, Store, you just stay in place. KT's going to rotate to you. Or start towards you, and then Claude's got a good position. May save us time.
Okay. And Jeff, I'll pass you a brother hook and get a tie wrap.
Houston, Endeavour.
Go ahead, KT.
Greg, we're going to drive counterclockwise to the end of travel to bring MSS-1 around the front.
We copy that, and you go.
After this time, we're going to get the low gain antenna, the TA, get our tether and head forward.
Shot and get rid of that MFR, right?
Okay.
After we clean it off.
We're going to wait for SDM deployment.
No, we're not going to do that.
Story Musgrave and Jeff Hoffman have completed installing one of the insulation boxes on magnetometer number 2, the old one. That's the small sensor box that two of the outer cover panels had come loose and were removed by Jeff Hoffman on the third spacewalk. That box is now in place, and the crew's preparing to put the same size box, same type of box on the first magnetometer. Simply as a precaution, that sensor box did not have any problems with the outer covering, but the prudent thing to do would be to go ahead and place a box over that sensor and secure it with the tie wraps, just as they did on the second magnetometer just a second ago.
I think the SDM deployment's ways off, guys. So.
Okay. We'll be in the final wrap it up.
Story, we're going to need you to draw your MFR over the other direction.
Off the end of the end effector.
I see what they're doing.
Yeah, go to that 90 right.
Okay.
I see what they're doing. Yeah, that's perfect.
Two astronauts approaching 6 hours into the spacewalk as Endeavour and crew just passes through 7 days even into the flight.
can't work on it while it's rotating, huh?
Okay.
And socks down just a touch.
Okay. Can't see real well, so you guys holler if you get too close.
Okay. Down about 6 inches.
Okay.
That's good.
All right.
Now let's look at the telescope. A little closer. That's good.
Stop.
Stop. Good. Nice and clear. Okay.
Rotation stop, store.
Thanks, KT. Okay. One time.
Kathy Thornton has rotated the telescope now to the position so that Story Musgrave and Jeff Hoffman can reach the first magnetometer.
And Endeavour, be advised, as soon as these guys complete the other MSS task and we get rotated and pivoted to the right place, the HST folks will be ready to start the STM deploy.
Okay, where would you like to rotate to?
Minus V2 forward, KT.
Okay, we'll stay at 15 down and bring minus V2 forward.
Copy, Story and Jeff.
Yeah, I did. I took another tire ramp.
And Endeavour, just to make sure we're all synced up, because of your battery lifetime limitations, we do not plan on having you stay outside for the STM deploy.
Okay, Greg, copy.
All good things must come to an end.
Roger, and KT and I are standing by for tomorrow's plan.
Listen to you guys. You're so greedy.
When you're on a roll.
There's no handrail on this side, so I can't help you like I did before, Story.
Right. I'll put a hand out. Be fine. I've got a second tire ramp. I'm going to interlace these, Tom. Turns out it's better.
Okay.
Because
Endeavour Houston with you on the east.
Roger, Houston.
hey, second tire ramp is secure on tether. Ready on MOI.
There you go.
I have it. tether off. The tether. I'll get down.
What big city are we just coming over?
LA.
Okay.
Endeavour is currently approaching the Baja Peninsula.
Down there.
Yeah, we got him, Story.
How's it look? What do you think, Jeff?
We'll have to wait for you to move to take a look, Story.
Hey?
It looks tight. It looks like it's all covered. But this side. But a good job. Great job.
And I want to go down a foot, Doc, so I can see the down one. See the slit. See if it's covering inside there. Got the binoculars on it. Oh, I see we're blocking your TT.
Stop.
Well, it is. The slit went on through. The whole thing, the whole fence is covered.
Okay, good job, Story.
Walk away and y'all can put the binoculars on it.
Okay. You turn to the left.
Story Musgrave and Jeff Hoffman now have completed the installation of the second insulation box on the magnetometer sensor box, and now Claude Nicoye is moving them slowly away from the telescope.
The whole United States.
And Kyle, you just heard Jeff Hoffman comment as he passes over the Baja Peninsula that at 300 miles he has a good view of the entire United States at this point.
On the coast on the left, San Francisco. It's a little cloudy up in Washington State.
Incredible, yeah.
Las Vegas, Phoenix, Albuquerque,
New Orleans.
Denver up there, Colorado Springs.
You can see Boulder, where the old Co-Star came from.
Yeah.
Okay, Story, I guess we'll bring you guys down and let Jeff get on his tether, and then you go get the low gain and hand it down to him. Was that our plan?
Yes, sir. That's good. That's your plan.
Okay, let's do that.
Y'all see that in the binoculars?
Yeah, it looks like a Christmas package, Story.
Where's the...
TTT.
Boy, there's the whole Gulf Coast down there, too, including Houston. Base isn't so far away, is it? We're only 300 miles above, 320 miles above them.
All right, we're clearing the array.
Okay. Good work, Story.
Thanks, Jeff. You helped an awful lot today.
nice to have a buddy, right?
Yeah.
As Claude Nicollier maneuvers Jeff Hoffman and Story Musgrave back down into the payload bay, Kathy Thornton was mentioning that it looked like a Christmas package. She was referring to the insulation box that they had just installed.
Damn right. Thanks, guys.
Well, Claude and I have enjoyed hauling you around.
Boy, we're right.
And Tom,
Sir,
I can get the low gain off, but I'll have to carry it down to where it's parked.
now we just want you to hand it down to Jeff.
Oh, I got you. Okay.
So it'd be more stable if you get it off from the arm.
Okay.
He's rotating it around. Whenever you get to it, she'll stop rotating and let you take it off, okay?
Okay.
Got my workstation tethered up on here. Well, let's see. I can't get to my tether now. Story's too close to it. Maybe you can get to it, Story.
I can get to it.
I guess I can just slide underneath here. See? Can you pull Story up just a little bit, please?
No problem.
Story, I'm attaching my waist tether. This tether. Now I'll give you your tether.
You want me to hand you my waist tether?
Sure. Probably you want it around the other side. Are you? Have it?
What kind of yaw do you want? Socks for the low gain?
Your waist tether is on.
Okay.
Mine is coming off. Okay.
You're probably going to want to be yawed the other way, Story.
Okay.
But we can wait till we get over there.
Don't drive away until I'm off. Okay, I'm off.
Get the TA while you pass by there.
I'll do that.
Roger.
That's me there.
Going over the low gain, Story.
Okay, socks? I'm going to look around the bay for clothes out here. If there's inventory to every tool.
Yep, I don't have it with anything out there, Story.
Okay? Here you lock those TAs off too, Jeff. Let the handle sink in.
The handle is in.
Okay? Get your tether hook ready. kind of yaw you want there. Want me to yaw left now, Sox?
Yeah, you can do that, Store.
Ready?
And we're going to stop the rotation there, Store, so you can get the low gain.
AT's really hauling, isn't she?
Roger that.
Hard time keeping up with that gal. You want a GCA or? No, you're going, right?
Yeah, Story.
Okay.
You want me to roll you a little bit more?
No.
Is this a good attitude?
Sure. It's fine.
And 4.5, I'll need a GCA.
Okay, I'll throw it forward.
I'm trying to loosen the lowest.
Jeff, you don't have to put that back in launch position.
Okay.
Just fold the top handle down so it's not hitting anything, and that's good for entry.
Okay.
2 crew members are currently beginning to stow all of the equipment for the final closeout of the payload bay before returning to the airlock. What's currently in progress is reinserting or taking off a cover off of the low gain antenna on the telescope. That cover was placed on that antenna as a very first task of the first spacewalk to preclude any contact with that antenna.
Double check all 3 of those knobs are in the lock position.
Yeah. The bottom one is not really completely tight, but
Yeah,
I can't get it to turn.
Yeah, that's the one that I put a whole lot more tighten turns on just to snug it up.
Oh, okay.
Well, it still wasn't fully tight.
Okay. I won't worry.
But it's in the lock. It's in the lock position, right?
1, 2, and 3 are all in the lock position.
Hey, very good.
Please take me away from the telescope and up, Sox. Lights off.
Roger that, and visors. And you just going to hand that off to Jeff over there where he's at right now, Store?
Let me get under the FSS.
Okay.
Okay, where are you, Story?
I'm coming.
I'll be looking to my right or my left?
I can't go underneath.
I realize that.
Okay. I'll be toward the sill, I guess.
Okay.
Endeavour Houston, if Jeff has time, he could inspect the P101.
Yeah, he's going to get that as soon as he gets the low gain antenna put up, Greg. Good job. Good idea. Story's handing off the low gain to Jeff right now, Greg. We decided it was more stable to take it off from the arm here.
Okay, we see it, Tom.
Another 2 feet, please. Get a little closer. Okay. A little closer to Jeff. Sure.
Have it? Do you have it? Are you close?
Do you know the nice way to translate with that? I don't have my hook up yet. I gotta get the folks out of the elevator before you get them on. I always put my hand to another direction. Okay? Yeah, just like that. I find that really pretty positive. Okay, fuels are stored. I'm ready to head back and empty out the MSR, Tom. Say again? I'm ready to go back to the airlock and empty off the MSR. Yeah, that's correct.
Hey, Tom.
Hey, Story, I'm going to pass you back to Claude for the final operations here. Thanks for the ride, Sox. I enjoyed it. Going back to airlock. Yep, we're on our way. Right there, Story, to the airlock. Forming up a stringer here. Roger that. Don't have to use any brains this time. Take it all.
Claude Nicollier now maneuvering the robot arm with Story Musgrave mounted on the foot restraint back to the airlock. Story will then begin offloading all of the tools that have been stationed on that platform as they were no longer required. All of the tasks for the mission have been completed, and he will shortly be unloading all of those tools and taking them back into the airlock, where they will be stowed for the remainder of the flight.
Endeavour.
Go ahead, KT.
Greg, we're minus G2 forward and we're pivoted down 15 degrees.
We copy that, KT, and we are on page 3-30, standing by for your verification of step 2 and awaiting your go. And KT, we'd like a camera delta view if that would be possible.
Okay, Greg, we'll see what we can do.
Don't lean back, Store. That's good.
And we've got a great shot from the elbow.
Just while
I want to give you.
Okay, Greg, spec 210 looks good, and we'll get in the sun about 5 minutes.
Keep coming forward.
Roger.
How you doing, Jeff?
I have it on. The retractable tether got tangled around the pit pin.
Okay.
I've got it off.
All right.
And I'm just getting ready to put the pit pin in. Okay, the pit pin is in. Broken antenna is stowed.
Endeavour Houston for KT.
Both tip pins.
Let me
Just a note for you, KT, on monitoring the SDM deploy. At the release of the drum lock, we expect some stored energy to be released, and therefore you can expect the drum to rock back and forth a little bit. So don't be too alarmed with that. Also, at the deploy of the bi-stems, you can expect to see a slinky effect from the thermal covers. Some oscillation.
Okay, thanks for reminding.
going for the second pit pin now.
Hi, Starry.
Bring me up. Bring me up. Back. Yes, you can go. Second pit pin is not easy to get in because that rotating ball inside is not locked up. And you have to take it out and straighten it. You know what I mean, Tom?
Roger. And we got the solar ray there too. Watch the solar ray. Thank you very much.
You are welcome, Story.
The ultimate RMS driver.
Always trying to help.
Well, you chased a little brass screw. That's the second time today you chased the same screw.
Roger.
It's my trash bag here.
Okay, now both pit pins are in. And I'll go check the umbilicals.
pins?
I got both tip pins.
Very good, thanks.
Awesome. Forgot everything was rotated.
Houston, you all saw what happened?
Endeavour Houston, we're ready for free drift, and we need a camera view of the array, please. We do not want to delay, and we do not want to delay the egress of the MFR, however.
Roger, I understand. We'll get the elbow camera back over on the array, and we're going free drift.
Roger.
Don't lean back now, Store.
Standing by to begin the deployment of the first solar array wing of the new twin solar arrays that have been mounted on the telescope.
I'll head back down.
Endeavour Houston, 30 seconds to motion. If you could tweak up the elbow, we'd appreciate it.
Copy, Houston. Story, check up to your right.
Blink. Really nice. So good. All right.
Hey, so Jeff, you're going to head in and help Story here at the airlock, right?
I am on the way.
Okie doke. Big P101's good, I'll mark it off.
The deployment of the secondary drive mechanism on the first solar array in progress. These new solar arrays equipped with small spring-like devices at each end to help damp out any flutter effect that may be caused by the arrays transitioning from daylight into darkness, which occurs on every orbit.
Story, if you could give me vectors because we don't have the camera. We have the camera on the solar array now.
Okay.
see anything.
Yes. Okay, I'm clear.
Further down?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
We are clear.
Okay.
First solar array now 60% deployed.
Coming inboard, sir. That's good, Claude.
Okay, stop.
Hey, Greg, your slinky effect was pretty accurate.
Yeah, we thought we'd use the technical term.
Something you knew we'd understand.
Okay, I guess I need to, you want me to help story now, Tom, or put it out there?
Now 80% deployed.
Set.
You're all set. I'll come back.
Out there.
Okay.
Yeah, I think, Jeff, you get your tether while you're there, and then when you're there, like, you don't ever have to go back.
Well, that's what I was wondering.
Yep.
Great.
A story, you want him to come on down right now.
I'm going to be ready in less than a minute here.
Okay, Jeff, why don't you do that, and then you can get your tether while Story's putting the MFR up.
Okay. Stay away from the KU band.
Stop.
Oh.
What's there? Okay, sorry, when they get in the airlock and you're going to start passing me stuff, right?
Going to pass you a stringer.
Okay.
Houston, we give you a decam review for one.
So it's going to be a big one.
Endeavour Houston, we see a good array. You are go to rotate, and go ahead, Sox.
Rotate.
Just double check for my paperwork here. You, okay.
First solar array has been deployed. The payload community confirms it's fully deployed.
And Houston Endeavour, for your paperwork, you copy P101 checked and low gain antenna stowed with 2 pip pins.
We copy all that. We're running out of stuff for you guys to do.
Dark Lander came off the board.
Oh. You still have it?
Yes, I do.
No.
But I wasn't doing 15 ops, you know, or 2 ops.
Yeah.
Oh.
Endeavour Houston, as a reminder, 4 minutes after the start of the rotation, you are go back to attitude control until just prior to stopping, and then hold off in free drift for 4 minutes after stopping.
All right, I copy 4 minutes after rotation starts. We can go to attitude control. We should go free drift before the rotation stops.
Good copy, Cody.
All right, Jeff. You can start it in, Jeff.
Okay, I have a tether on it.
I was tethered to the forward bulkhead. You're tethered to it?
I'm tethered to the stringer, Story.
All right.
Telescope now being rotated 180 degrees to present the other array forward such that the crew can get a good view of it, and the onboard cameras can capture the deployment of the second solar array.
I'm ready to go to the store of the MFR, Claude, APC.
Second story.
I'm ready to go store the MFR.
Yeah, we go store the MFR now.
Okay, she got everything off of it, huh, Store? Good job.
It wasn't perfect, Tom. The result was perfect. I think I owe Claude one, don't I?
You owe me more than one, Store.
You're clear, Claude.
Okay. We need to be careful with the solar array during this trip to the MFR store.
Yes.
Check it from here and check it from your side also.
The bending effect of the new solar array that was seen was as expected to allow for tolerances.
With the array. So we may take you there very carefully in order to avoid any collision with the array.
All right.
While the telescope's being rotated, Story Musgrave will be maneuvered by Claude Nicollier to a position to ungrapple the manipulator foot restraint that he's standing on. That will be locked into place in the payload bay as it's no longer required. For most of the flight, the foot restraint has been stationed on the end of the robot arm throughout the night while the crew sleeps in preparation for each day's spacewalk to minimize the amount of setup time required by the crew members. All of the tools are now in the airlock, and Jeff Hoffman is securing them in the airlock prior to completion of today's spacewalk. Endeavour is moving to the southeast, just approaching the southwestern coast of Africa on the 106th orbit of the mission.
The MFR is to stow it right like this.
The station has to go around the other way.
That's right, a 180 I need. That's right, KT. What?
You asked the wrong person, right?
I'm into the picture. Stanchion's up.
Jeff, I guess once you're done in the airlock, all you got your tether to get, right?
Yeah, just trying to make everything secure in here so we don't get...
You bet.
All right, Tom. I am tethered.
Copy.
Got to put my tether reel to the RMS, where it is not right now. I should add. Would have been better. Be there. Verified, tethered to the RMS.
Roger.
Okay, Tom, I think I have it squared away. It's all tied to the wall, so I'll go out and get my test.
Okay.
Telescope's now about halfway through its rotation as Story Musgrave prepares to help stow the manipulator foot restraint. It will be released from the end of the arm by Claude Nicoye inside the shuttle.
Stowed. Roger.
While Story Musgrave completes this task, his other fellow crew member in the payload bay, Jeff Hoffman, is inventorying all the tools and the crew aids that were used throughout the spacewalks to make sure that all the tools are accounted for in the airlock.